Meeting. Saffron, I'll be around all this holiday weekend if you want to have that talk finally. I'm usually about between 5 p.m. Eastern to 1 a.m. Eastern each day. I'll be around earlier Wednesdays and Sundays. Let me know when it works for you and we can meet whenever you want. It'll be just me and you, Coiner. Well, that's what it would have to be. Our only hope is that he would have any ability or desire to talk to us, actually hear us out. I have no idea, O'Neill. I haven't been looking at anything to do with the paper since I left, really. Am I in here in time for the first? Okay. You know what? That's what we really don't need right now, okay? We really don't need that! I will point out that we have not actually been kidnapped for quite some time. Now we can blame Squirrel if it happens. Yeah, we had to wet vac the laundry room and clear stuff out because of course it's like our pantry and laundry room. Seems I'm so far out of the Saf loop. Saf is having a really rough time. Dad has to tear in a plaster wall this weekend in their laundry room to fix a pipe. He's not happy. Ah. Oh, yeah, well, it flooded the floor in the laundry room, of course, which like the linoleum in there is swollen and popping up, and connected to the wood floor, which he's really not happy about. And then it was going through the floor into the garage and raining on his tool chests. Sucks. Thankfully, we have a really high power carpet fan, like, you know, carpet blower fan that I use for drying cinder off. Like, I put her in her kennel and I just turn it on her. She gets blasted with this air. Siblings? How did I not know this? What are you talking about? What about my siblings? I mean, OP, Saffron's willing to forgive and move past things. It's more of a question of whether or not other people are. Like, if you go through life just snubbing everybody who does you any wrong, you're not going to get anywhere and you're not going to have any friends because people screw up. How much can I have in my gun belt? I actually don't know. I think it's 12, but it could be 10. Like, Saffron tries very hard not to be spiteful and stuff. Oh yeah, it wasn't a pipe burst, it was just like the pipe didn't burst in there. It was just like the laundry machine did something dumb. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's happened before. I don't know if my brother overfilled it or something because he was doing laundry and then he left to go to work and suddenly the laundry room was flooded. Sad, no Taipan. I just need to get rid of that. I'm not good. Okay, it is 12. We're just building up the, you know, ammo. Or not ammo. Shotgun fund. Oh. I mean, one thing I'm partially doing is that, especially because she's not been working with paper, she needs work, so she's been doing milk runs, which has gotten us into trouble 2 times. Such a big gun. Which one, the Navy or the double action? Love the way this double action looks. Yeah, it's nice. I like the silver one I made. I almost want to remake the silver one. She's not carrying her rifle on her person right now, but if something comes up and she's threatened, she'll get it. It's just painful to carry around. So she has to be on her horse or next to her horse to access it. That's the handicap I'm going with right now for all the abuse. Hey, clown. Nice way to stay on the left-hand side of the road. Yeah. Just ready to annihilate everyone. Like, this guy knows what to do. Oh, wrestling. I used to watch some of my friends do that, and man, they would just go until they're barely moving. Both of them so exhausted. It was kind of funny to watch. Not college wrestling, like WWE pro wrestling. Isn't that basically just acting? Like wrestling LARP or roleplay wrestling? I don't know what kind of wrestling it was these guys would do. They just would, you know, like grapple each other and end up laying on the ground trying to force each other's back onto the ground or something. I'm not sure exactly what the goal was. But they both had... My family has always called it llama wrestling when anyone does that, because our neighbors had llamas, and sometimes they'd have males, and the males would fight and fight and fight until they were so exhausted it was just them both kneeling in front of each other, swinging their heads around and making pathetic sounds. Yes, it's staged falling back first on an essentially wood floor, running into metal cable rope still hurts. Oh, sure. No, I was just curious. I wasn't trying to put it down or anything, clown, or ask why you would be sore. Like, they're very clearly still doing a very physical task. Acting with the actors are doing their own stunts. Yeah. No, it's very obviously still physically demanding. I just always wondered how it worked, like if it's fully choreographed or it's like, if I do this, you do that kind of stuff, or what. Extremely physical theater. Oh, so. I still think it's so funny that there's another harmony to just palm readings. Yes. I telegrammed him and I'm waiting for something back. Yeah. I'd imagine he'd still be around. Man, my knee is killing me. I don't like it. I didn't even do anything. What is this? My goodness, Saffron, what are you doing? Who won the canoe races? I only saw some clips of that chaos. You know, I don't know if there ever really was a winner. I left at Cattail Pond, and some of them still continued after Cattail Pond, so I don't know what they were doing. It really, we started off by just crushing a bunch of people. I think like Ruth and I don't know who else. They got crushed. So we were a little bit less concerned about winning than we were about the people who were encapped. And I think it was like Brooks was in Benny's canoe, and at one point she's like, I'm paddling, and then her character her character just goes limp, but still squatted in the canoe, just like she's in the fetal position. And she just stayed that way. It was so fun. Oh, it was Georgie. She just stayed that way, just all crumpled up. I think she just got touched too much by the other canoes, and it engapped her. Brutal. I know, it was just everybody getting incapacitated. And Saffron couldn't really compete properly or do anything that would get herself hurt as well, because she was already suffering from gunshot wounds and all that. Just another facet to her suffering. I did see on a poster somewhere that people advertising for buggy races. Shootout with J Bass and stabbed by Thorn was her injuries this past week, right? No, shootout with J Bass, stabbed by Thorn, and shot by CD. Or I guess actually Aurora, but we think it was CD. Yeah, so story time. Yeah, well, I wasn't streaming for it, and neither was, I don't think anyone is streaming for it. We have one clip from Medic Pedal. Hang on. Let me show her perspective of what happened. Yeah, no one was streaming. Let me find this thing in meta chat. Oh, I have a commercial to sit through. The fact that I got a glimpse of Saffron for the 5 seconds she was on Pedal stream surprised me. I think it was Rip and Kramer and a few others folk. Okay.
I know what he's doing. I don't. I appreciate that, Clayton, but you don't have to.
Well, I'm just gonna send a nice telegram.
I know, but you don't have to.
Who are we telegramming?
What's that fella's name?
CD.
Alright.
We gonna roll out like that? We're doing this again, Saffron?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Now he's after Saffron. CD!
There I go. So that was what mattered there. Yeah, so what happened with that was I was going to take a milk run out to McFarland's, and as I was doing that, I started to pass by the stables, and I noticed someone with their hands up, and someone had them in a chokehold, and at the same exact time I noticed that, CD's pointing the gun at me and galloping towards me. Saffron, put your hands up, don't you go anywhere, blah, blah, blah. And since I was already spurring the horse, I spurred it down beside the telegram office right there. And then he was shouting, you know, you stop or I'll shoot. And so I grabbed my rifle. Yeah. So I grabbed my rifle out of my saddlebags and fired a shot in his direction as I fled town. Which apparently has some people suggesting Saffron should be charged for firing in town or vigilantism, which is just lunacy. But, you know, someone who's literally stalking her and harassing her nonstop, has threatened her multiple times, is with people who have directly threatened her. Saffron's the biggest vigilante in the crossing. Yeah, she's absolutely hunting these people down and shooting at them. She's running for juiciest target along with Edith. Except for with her history, she's determined not to be just an easy target. You know, if it's against one person. Yeah, folk. I mean, that's just it. Is like, you gotta balance your life with, oh, I might get in trouble for this. And that's basically what any self-defense situation is. You're risking getting in trouble because you're trying to preserve your own life. And that's honestly, that's how self-defense stuff plays out in the real world too. Because you will be, almost always you will be arrested. Things will be looked into. Your weapons will be seized. Stuff will be investigated. It's not fun for anyone involved. So generally speaking, in real life, self-defense is permitted in defense of others who are at risk of life-threatening harm. If you're able to do something about it. In the crossing, not so much. In the crossing, if someone comes in and starts holding up your friend, and you see this from across the room, you can't go hold that person up legally. Wonder if Saffron could broker a piece of CD by giving him a stack of carrots. Who knows? Yep, I'd hope any serious action of self-defense be scrutinized. Nothing is ever clean and simple. Yeah. And it is. I mean, you know, you gotta look into stuff like that. Here, being an upstanding member of the community should count for something against people who have repeatedly perpetrated crimes against her in particular. It's a great carrot war, but it's not about carrots anymore. Honestly, it was never about carrots in the first place. Like, if he hadn't been a jerk, she would have helped give him carrot. Like, it wouldn't have been an issue, but he was a jerk. And he was threatening. And with the threats against her, Saffron didn't want to risk just putting herself into the hands of someone she had no idea what they were about. But yeah, now she outsmarted him at the barn. And, shot at him and got away. In Blackwater. I should have done with him what I did with Dude and Bro. And turned down to get up on the ladder. It was just her luck that another group that knew her bumped into her at Valentine. What do you mean? CD and Josie came to the telegram office, or not the telegram, came to Valentine, yeah. So CD and Josie came to Valentine and stood outside the sheriff office windows and made threats, saying, yeah, it was the same people. They said, normally, CD said, normally I would just start grabbing people out here and killing them until you gave me Saffron, but I'm not going to do that right now. Oh, yes. Okay, so the other guy. So that was a completely different thing. Yeah. No, that... Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's... I'm reminded now. I gotta play a recording for you. Hang on, let me find the stuff. I love this track, man. He said that, but has he ever demonstrated willingness to harm locals and civs? I don't know. Saffron's not lawman. She wouldn't know. Okay, I started recording specifically for this, I guess. Because I had stopped recording. Not sure, have we?
Your hair looks familiar.
So he started off saying he had been in the room behind me talking to Scarlett's character Ashley Sky for quite some time, but he was unmasked and he was wearing a red and white striped poncho. he left for a while, but Ashley kept lingering in the doorway over here, and then he walked in dressed all in black with a mask over his face.
And you sound familiar.
Oh, great. And so what if we have?
You know, I could have sworn just the other day I told a lady who looked very much like you to keep her mouth shut. And I don't think she did.
I think that you robbed a deputy, and so no amount of me keeping my mouth shut will done anything. You realise that's how you robbed? It was a deputy raid. The man with me.
Does that change things, you think?
Yes! It does, because I didn't have to tell the law anything.
Well, we did warn you. Or my friend did, I should say. Funny thing, my friends don't seem to be anywhere. As if they got put into Sisika.
Aye, they did. They got caught because they robbed a deputy. I'm stuck in this chair.
And you did as you were told, eh? Didn't say a thing.
It doesn't matter whether or not I did. I didn't. You robbed a deputy. Do you not understand that the person that was right next to me was a deputy? That man, the red-headed man, was a deputy.
3 people rolling in. Don't know if they're medics or deputy. Alright.
Well, I didn't know that. I guess now I know.
Yes, now you do.
You seem to find yourself in a very unfortunate situation right now, though. Why did you get shot? Wasn't one of my friends, was it?
No, it was not.
Law. Alright. How many?
Law's coming.
2 law.
Law's coming very.
Yeah.
I think it's time that you get out of here.
There's a lady in here that's fine.
Yeah, I think it is. Saffron, huh? See you around.
Pie! I just yelled, why? Why is that right there? It was a man named Varik. He was just making threats at me because he robbed us the other day. The one who just walked out the door, Rip. The room.
Do this before galactic.
This is true. Like that. That way I don't hurt anything. Just touch.
Yeah, it was cool, right?
No. Focus on me.
We're gonna go ahead and assume that you've heard a different story, that rat.
I'm assuming she's saying that.
Breathe in.
That's the honest truth, okay?
You're doing great, okay? Just keep breathing. If you want to talk, I'll be happy to talk to you. I think anybody's happy to talk to you, okay?
This is just before they showed up outside. The same doctor who treated us for getting stabbed. He's like a real doctor.
I'm just like the leg wound. I'm gonna be applying some black currant south paste to the top as a local anesthetic, and we'll get this bandaged up, okay?
Fire or discharge it towards somebody in town. You can kill somebody, okay? You gotta be careful.
Wasn't a nice
Don't
thing to
focus
do
on
in
him.
Scotland.
Focus on me, okay?
I agree. Last time I checked, that was against the law.
You made me have to shoot back.
Just keep breathing. Don't focus on them. Focus on me, okay?
Just
No,
what
if I
he
was
would
an
get.
evil man, I would start killing everybody in town and asking for Saffron back, but, you know, I have a heart, so.
How you doing, Stone? Who's
Yeah.
this one? Stone.
Listen,
Okay.
Whatever
Just
charges
breathe,
I'm getting,
relax,
definitely bullshit.
slow, deep
Shut
breaths,
up.
okay? Just
I
keep
shot
breathing.
back.
Keep
You
breathing.
didn't
Honest
shoot.
truth, okay?
But we're gonna go ahead and assume that you've heard a different story. Isn't that right?
I'm assuming she's saying that. Alright,
Oh,
well,
come on now.
Josie's.
Condolences and good morning.
Miss Saffron, would you like some kava kava tea? It helps
Oh,
calm the
oh.
mind.
Hey,
alright,
hey,
well,
hey, hey.
going, okay?
Don't be reaching for nothing, okay?
Get what you
Leave that
intended.
alone. Leave that alone. Leave that alone. Leave that alone, okay?
Would you like some tea? Kava kava's real good.
Sure. So. Yeah. Zap started reaching for a gun, freaking out. So they came up to the sheriff's office to smugly sit there. Yeah, that was Bagheera. They rolled up, so it sounds like Aurora and CD and Josie all rolled up to make threats at the sheriff's office and say that, well, you know, she fired at us first, and that forced, I guess that was Aurora saying, that made me have to shoot her back. And saying, but we assume that you heard a different story, right? Like Saffron lied and said that they shot first, which she never did. She never said that. She was very clear that she shot at them. She's not hiding that. She's not hiding that. Because it's the truth, and she was fully justified in doing it. Wow. Guys, this game is pretty, man. She had kind of like, yeah, she hadn't given her detailed statement, but she had like said some things to people. Crim math of shoots first equals guilty in any circumstance. Yep. Yeah, no, criminals really lean on that one hard. Couscous is a pretty boy. Pretty boy with bad luck. Hey, he's been pretty good to Saffron. He just maybe isn't the best horse to get pursued on. However, he got her alive. He got her away from CD, even after Aurora shot at us. Yeah, they have good stamina. They just have slow acceleration. See, their stamina means they can go for a long time. Their speed is actually pretty decent. And with someone wearing an animal headdress, from what I've heard, I'm assuming that's Aurora. But I'll tell you that it happened so fast that I wasn't really aware of that stuff. The only thing I was really aware of was that somebody was in a chokehold, getting robbed, at the same time as CD was yelling and cussing at Saffron to stop and pointing a gun at her. And so I started galloping. I did this to get my rifle and then fired back as I fled. Oh my goodness, that thing tried to murder me. And that's realistic too. I was fascinated later by how much from a freeway traffic accident I stopped recalling just minutes later. Yeah, no, memory is notoriously super faulty. That's why, you know, even though I've got a VOD where I could go and I could get every little detail out of that VOD, I refrain from looking back at my own stuff until I've given those statements and stuff like that. Like I want to get on record like my actual memory statement of something. In my experience, unless you're actively sitting there making mental notes, like, you know, even just seeing something and you see somebody and you go, okay, this person's suspicious, and then you just recite to yourself what it is they're wearing, will give you a better recall of what it is they're wearing later. It's really interesting. Like, for when that stuff matters. I hope he's still on and checking his telegrams and we haven't missed it. With real investigations, they tend to hate having to only have one witness statement to go off of because you can have 7 witnesses and 7 different version events. Yeah, but that's why it's good to corroborate all that. I don't know if I do or not. You know, because then they can go over and see, okay, what does match up? And it's important to do that before people start talking to each other, too. Like, it was driving me crazy on multiple occasions as law when they didn't immediately split the criminals up. Uh-oh. Is my internet being stupid? I think my internet's being stupid. Okay. I think stuff is chilling out. Okay. Okay. I think we're okay now. Also, dialing a phone when on accident levels of adrenaline and possible appearance. Oh, yep. No, Solo, I was I was at Walmart and someone just like absolutely just hit the ground in a shelf and tore a cart down because they were having a seizure, and I was trying to dial 911 and I kept just like hitting all the wrong numbers. Like 119 and 199. Like, I just, yeah. The adrenaline freak out stuff is something else.
It's like a rainbow color. I like
With that, like, that blue flame treated color?
It's the yeah. It's like, you know. It's almost like kind of like flash.
Okay.
Ooh, that sounds pretty. Really?
I keep thinking about getting one of these. Right now I'm saving up gun money. And no, actually, Saffron was hoping to try and get CD's telegram if she could find it. She just wants to find something to put an end to things. Yeah, well, right now, Jabas is in Sisika for a long time, but she figures if she could get CDs, that might open the door to Jabas's. Apparently Law has something to run off to. Piece of chalk. Huh. Interesting. Oh yeah, and sorry, in regards to the super long buffer, you probably didn't hear me sitting there going, okay, is my internet okay? It seems like it's going away. And okay, it looks like it's back. Oh, what on earth? Okay. This is just the problem right now, is waiting for a telegram. I don't have much else to do. I keep hoping to catch Taipan, but they didn't seem to be around down in Saint-Denis. Unless they'd be out mining right now, but... And I didn't see Flood. And of course, well, we wouldn't see Flood because that was Beckwith standing on the porch there earlier. know who that large group of people is. They look civvy, but hard to, hard to say for sure. Thanks, folk.
He's talking about, he was asking who runs the saloon.
So, oh wait, Valentine's Saloons, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hey, Saffron, where you going?
How on earth? Of course, all law just left town.
3 fellers. Need 3 more.
No, law had just left. Is that him? No. I thought he was in Sister. Come on. Man.
You know the fella?
Probably not. Man.
Why is your clothes white?
Well, I'm just a bit sweaty, maybe. I was sweating a little bit. I don't mean to interrupt anybody. I just want to say that we are about to play a $200 game of poker in Blackwater. If anybody likes to join, we have about 3 people. We're looking for 3 more cheeks to fill them seats.
Uh-huh. So you're bringing it back. Also, why Blackwater not here? I'm jealous.
Because the blinds are simply just, $2 and $4 to the 1 and 2.
No, yeah, that's fair. Fair enough, fair enough.
Howdy, Alec. I got a beer for the road. A weak one.
Yeah, no
I'm gonna fall off my horse.
Oh, I got
Is that you?
All right, well, you've
Hey,
all
I'm
been
back.
invited,
You
and
didn't pay for your
I hope to
beer
see
last
some of you there.
Oh, I don't pay for beer. It's in the house. Thank you.
Fine. Look,
How do
if
I
he
get
has-
that deal?
No, if he has nothing to spare, he has nothing to spare. It's fine.
Oh no,
Freak
I'm not poor. I got money.
in here.
Why did you pay for beer?
Well,
You got shot.
I don't pay for.
Welcome to day 1.
Fine. How about you tell me a story instead, lad?
Yeah, let me tell you a story about some asshole named Kennedy, Deputy Kennedy. Tried to escalate the situation until we're trying to shoot out. We got gunned down. The end.
Oh fuck! I'm sorry to hear that, lad. Kind of a tragic story, but. No, I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. CD.
No, it's okay. I got my revenge. I
Oh.
don't call it revenge. I just he had always coming, so I'm good.
Oh, well, congratulations then.
Nobody messes with Charles Divine and gets away with it.
Oh, you're Mr. Divine. Huh.
Nobody messes with Charles
know
Divine
Divine?
and gets away with it.
Not because of you, but I think I've heard the last name of Divine before, but I can't remember from where.
Which one is better? This
It's
one
a
or
holy
that
name,
one?
So make sure nobody's dragging into any mud or just
He's so
punishing me. Let me know though.
No. I mean,
So
hey, if you
funny.
want me to-
It's so funny.
Alright, yeah, one
But
stop by
also
for a
it's
beer for the
not.
road. Head out to Thieves Landing if y'all need anything. Thieves Landing, the place to be, okay? Anything. A to Z.
I'll make sure to remember that.
Yeah, all right. Y'all be safe.
Good day, sir.
Where'd the girl I was with go?
I got a wig from the barber. I got a wig from the barber. I'm not fucking bald.
What's wrong with being bald?
What were you saying about
Yeah, so, where was I? Oh, yeah, so income's in the same
break
category
it.
Right.
as the ones to
Right.
fight me. Now, look at me, right? Imagine someone twice my size. Fight me.
I wish there was
Right, I'm gonna
windows
fucking die.
to see out the front of this place.
So he is having none of that. He really wants to fight me at the time. Instead, there was a random fella that I met that night.
I cannot believe that we just walked right into him again. I'm so mad. I need to see what kind of horse he's riding today.
At a long night. What's going on, deputy? Like, well, remember that.
Yeah, he might have recognized the horse. I was gonna telegram Coiner again, just in case he missed, or somehow my telegram didn't go through.
Why'd you take my toothpick?
Buckwith, are you in there?
Doesn't look as well.
Hello, ma'am. Can we help you?
As CD
Oh, I am Mitchell.
is Charles Devine witted right now?
Oh, he just got out of Sisika.
Yeah, he's directly out.
I can't exactly grab.
Okay.
You thought no.
Causing you trouble?
He tried to approach me at the telegram station. I didn't give him a moment. I ran.
Hey, feel free.
I just don't know where he's going, and I don't know where he's riding today. He's
Yeah, you're
continually
talking about here
harassing me.
at this telegram station, right?
Alright, if you want, I can maybe accompany you to Saint Denis.
I'm just already going that way.
No, but he probably isn't, and we got a lot of deputies out there right now, so.
Alright, I'm just waiting around to get a telegram to speak with someone. I don't mind heading that way.
Alright. Fuck. Alright. Do you mind if I finish a report first, then we
No,
can head out?
I don't mind. I'm just gonna linger. I don't have to linger right here. I can linger off to the side. Thank you, sure. Goodness. This is just... How? You know? Just how? Man. Saffron Mitchell. CD magnet. Ew. 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 Is it possible for men to dress like those cloned NPCs? It depends on the NPC. Some of them, yes. A lot of them, no. It would be pretty funny. Yeah, there's this really common one, the black beard. And what you could do, you could probably get something pretty close to this, and then you know, it's just like a dirty off-white shirt. The one thing is the gun belts. Like, their gun belts are a lot different. Don't get mad at me, sir. Like, they have a shotgun shirt like that.
What are you doing?
Don't worry about it.
Alright, give me a second, I'm just let them know where I'm going and
Take it in the local fashion.
Alright,
apparently that one red shotgun coat is very popular.
yes, it is.
Give me a second.
He just starts cracking up. What are you doing?
Wait.
There.
Dude, he must have just got out of Sitka. Right, folk? That's what I'm thinking also. No, Saffron has not gotten anything from Abigail.cd. And to be honest, Saffron has no reason to believe that she would get anything from Abigail about CD.
Well, they.
Alright, thank you, Beckwood.
The option here.
Alright.
Nice.
Joe?
Yes?
Go straight here.
We could,
Okay.
It's not petty shit, so. All right.
Give us a moment.
All right, we're getting a few more folks coming then.
Oh, sure.
I mean, nostalgic.
What was that?
So you got me nostalgic. Every time I see one of those Britons now, I just get sad.
What is that?
My Breton gunmetal.
Aye.
And shot down from under me in Armadillo.
Oh, I'm sorry. This one's this is actually Cusco, if you're familiar.
Yeah, that's Rips.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get a new horse to replace gunmetal. Tiger's good, but he's a bit too spirited for patrols. So I've been trying to talk to Slacks, Charlie Slacks up in. I think I can't tell if she's Wikipedia Tapatoa.
I think
she
she might be up at Tapawata. I can't even remember.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head either.
Well, you know that there's a fair coming up at the end of the month out at McFarlane's, and they're doing a horse auction. Might be.
I did not know that.
Might be worth looking into getting a horse there, maybe.
Yeah, if I can't get one by then. I might.
I know Taipan is also planning on doing a horse auction because I sold them one.
Gotcha. All right. My options open. I feel bad because I've been trying to buy from her for like a month now, but it just hasn't lined up well.
Aye, the tribes, they tend to be away quite late at night.
Yep. Also, yeah, the first time I've caught a rustler.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, he's about to get processed, so all said and done. In the cells, there's just a pig rustler that we managed to catch.
I think it was I caught Billy Joe Barber red-handed doing it a few times.
Actually, fuck. You know who, I remember catching for rustling? Bass. Like on his first day of the crossing.
Really?
Yeah.
Somehow I'm not surprised.
Yeah, he was rustling sheep. Well, alright. He was doing it with the consent of fucking Billy Joe Barber.
No, okay, I do remember because I was involved in that. I remember.
Oh yeah, you were. We had to go all the way to fucking.
And he was making
like 3 hours.
He was making creepy comments towards Briar and trying to get her to go off alone with him.
Just weirdly obsessive.
Just weirdly obsessive. Kept asking everyone for their gun.
Yeah, that fella wants to stay.
He wants to stay?
Yep, doesn't want to give any more up.
Alright.
But he's not doing big time for that contraband.
Well, he's probably gonna. I hope he isn't expecting a lot of his things back.
That's what I told him. He said he just so long to get my Lancaster back. I'm going, alright.
Don't mind if I stop and send a telegram before we get going.
Yep.
Of course.
That's why I initially walked
Lynn,
into the telegram station.
Lynn, can you send one saying where we're going?
Where are we going? I don't know.
Sand and
Okay, you also have a paperwork that you did not.
I did not.
With 5 or 6 riders.
I'm gonna go around back.
Outshot's up there. Alright, good to go.
Yep, off we trot. Do we want to go north route or just directly through roads? Double wagon.
Might be more hope of friendlies and roads.
True. Yeah, let's head down through roads.
Take the lowlands.
Yep. Alright, by the way, Mitchell.
Sorry, what's that?
I'm just saying, by the way, Mitchell. Sure that doesn't need to be stated, but I want to make sure that we go over
Oh,
anyway.
I know if anything happens, back away and get out of there.
Yep, but if they force the issue, they try to run you down, I'm not going to blame you for defending yourself.
No, I can appreciate that.
No
I
problem.
was forced to do that the other night.
I'm aware.
You're being targeted by somebody then?
CD Charles Devine.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I was riding by him and he was apparently robbing someone just the other night. And he tried to get me to stop. I spurred my horse because I've got very real reason to believe he intends to do much more than just rob me on account of how frequently he's been trying to hold me up.
I mean, that man throws death threats around like it's water.
No, and he said stop or I'll shoot, so I fired a round back in his direction as I fled.
Probably scared the shit out of him.
From his mouth, yes, you did.
Yeah, I'd imagine they don't expect people to shoot back at them, and they get awfully upset about that. I say fuck and let them get upset.
From our first meeting, he was angry at me for being defensive. So, didn't he let some strange person approach me in the Heartlands and get right up next to me to have a conversation? I kept my distance.
Yeah, by the sounds of it, he's probably gonna rob you there. So.
It's not exactly a breaking story that fucking Charles Devine's a cunt, but...
Okay.
Well, I think this is before he was known. This is several weeks ago. But aye.
It's just running the family then.
All I known is that I had witnessed him sell potentially stolen guns to someone in town, and the next thing I knew, he was riding up on me.
Yep.
Maybe he's just a misunderstood aggressive close talker.
I don't blame you.
Who flashes the gun.
So wait, Liam, what did you send the telegram about? Like what,
That we
you
were
said you had
escorting.
Saint Denis doing an escort?
We were escorting one time's individual to Saint Denis, yeah.
Right.
This is the third escort we've done today.
Really?
Really?
You have a lot of people getting targeted.
Nah, not targeted, just people being assholes and we were heading the same way.
Aye.
Yeah, we do have a lot of just dickheads just lying about today.
10-ton gang.
Blue coats.
Blue coat gang.
One times individual.
I haven't run into either of them yet.
I've ran into flights once. I
Yeah,
don't know
I've
who
had,
the rest are.
Tangential introductions. The blue coat thing scared the shit out of me. I was drinking from a glass of water, and all it was taking was statement. I would just see people ride by and just start blasted in the air.
Oh.
Fucker, here's their problem.
One
I've never heard
ex-individual.
of they just shooting up down.
I have a theory. Work on it a bit. I need to find more evidence on it.
Yeah, sort of
There
thing
wasn't
Weller
an
Security
actual
Company would
blue
do.
coat.
Yeah.
He was robbing. He was like a short distance away from us. It was as surprised as we were.
I will say that, you know, as an identifier, blue coat is not entirely unique.
But one of them was dressed as blue coat.
Oh, so just top to bottom?
Yeah.
All the same?
Well, that's a
Someone
good way to
going
get
by the
away with,
name Blue Coat.
Yes.
Yep.
Interesting.
Very identifiable token.
Good way to get away with doing
Might as
stuff.
well
put it on
stop by the
somebody
office
else.
and see how they're doing. Doesn't seem like we've been followed, so we're clear.
Right ahead.
If any of you look to feed your horses wild carrots, I've got a full stack on the bank I can sell. Just a heads up.
Yeah. I mean, Tiger gets some treats for the most part. He just gets grass. Grass and hay.
Had a saddlebag full of hay earlier. Some black water.
Yeah, I'll check the line real quick. See if we're missing anything.
I think it's supposed to go down there.
Shh, Cusco. That man who rode by reminded me so much of Jack Hellman. Old and that.
There's someone we
square
have
punch.
on our wanted list. His nickname is Fat Jack Kettleman. He looks exactly like Jack Kettleman, but if Jack Kettleman, I don't know,
Do you
ate
remember?
an entire icebox of treats.
Do you remember when Nate Casey ran around looking like Jack Hellman?
Or when Zip Quill did.
Oh, Zep did it too.
Yeah, he looked exactly.
We got some problems in
Okay.
Blackwater.
Well,
We need to go.
I will stay here then.
Yeah, you can either stay here or go to Saint Denis. It's
Aye.
not.
Shit. All right.
I'm just
I
waiting
would
for the
probably
telegram
recommend
from a
going to
friend.
Saint Denis.
Aye.
Okay,
Sorry.
let's go.
Yep.
You
Sorry,
responded?
No, appreciate it.
Alright, take care.
Probably seedy. Oh my goodness, Faust. Thank you so much. Faust, thank you so much for a holiday gift. Everyone, can we please give Faust hearts in chat and stuff? That really means a lot. It's gonna help me a lot with the holidays and everything. So I don't deserve it. Thank you. You guys are too sweet. I'm glad that you're enjoying the streams. I don't know who these people are, so I'm gonna keep my distance. What do you mean, Saffron would never run into trouble? Travel? Travel? That's trouble and travel at the same time. Trouble while traveling alone? Yeah, never. Trouble. You know, the funny thing about being in Saint Denis is I feel like we would get some mild protection from from Taipan if we were hanging around them. Yeah. Because they've always liked Saffron. Even when she was law. It was too funny being just like just being in the gun store and them having that whole little dispute with the DiCenzos and me just standing there in the middle watching everything happen. That was hilarious. Man, the fog. It's just so nice. Saint Denis at night in the fog, guys, is awesome. Hey, Grave Deeds. How's it going? Pretty good, although right now our RP is kind of just waiting. Even after that shootout at the mine, the next time they saw Saffron, it was just business as usual. It's because to them that was how they chose to like resolve being wanted so they could get back to business. It was, you know, have an honorable battle and then and then get taken in. You're just in the wrong place. Stuff's happening, just not here. Yeah, but that's because she was the only law that didn't change her behavior towards them. Well, in all fairness, she wasn't really located down here, and I don't know. Saffron does try and give people the benefit of the doubt, you know? If they've served their time, then she's gonna try and support civilian endeavors. Man, I still want to do my... What on earth? It's so tempting, man. I still want to do this cattleman up like my IRL gun. So that's the thing, Grave Days, is we're waiting on a conversation about writing for the newspaper. Because due to a very, very, very petty coworker, we got fired from the newspaper, and no one's talked to us about it for 2 weeks. Saffron also was known to be by the books, but was also very willing to give people another chance. Heidi?
Hello. How you doing?
Exactly who I thought it was. Did alright. How about yourself?
I'm okay.
Good to hear.
Hi. I'm Shiro. Nice to meet you.
Abigail. Nice to meet you.
Okay. Who might you be?
Saffron.
Oh,
I think
we talking Valentine? No?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. I see. What do you do?
Nothing at the moment. I'm just
I
coming
see.
down to the gun store here.
Ah. Hi, it's clean.
It's what?
It's clean.
Oh. Well,
yeah,
that's
pretty much.
That's good. So does that mean you're gonna give Boyd another chance? It's like not an option, man. Like, why would she? Oh my goodness. Goodness. Well, I guess this is trash.
Sayonara, Ji-san.
That's broken. Hang on. Oh, it's 100% cheaper to buy a new one. Yeah, there's a difference between believing people can reform and dating someone who cheated on you. Exactly. Like, a very big difference. Like, I've tried to think of how Boyd could possibly make it up to her in a way that would allow them to... It just wouldn't. Like, there's just nothing, man. Oops. That's not it. I want to customize this so bad. But to make it look like my IRL gun, kind of. Can't have as much customization as I have in my actual gun, is the sad thing.
Hello, Ji-san.
Oh shit. Hello.
Gross, Grave.
Okay, how are you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
No, not too bad.
Okay, it's good.
Just, you know, getting ready for a good day's work.
A good day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, fucking gonna be a great day.
What do you
That's
work?
right. Where? Down at the Italian stallion.
See, my actual gun, the trigger is blued, the barrel's blued, and so is the cylinder.
Okay.
And then the frame and the hammer are case hardened, but this section right here is brass.
No.
How do you make mice?
Right here.
What pays the bills?
But I can't, this, you either case harden this and this, or you don't, which is very sad. Because you can't have that.
Currently you could say I'm a private
I mean, that also
contractor,
looks
but out of contract.
very nice.
So you do have a job.
But
currently not. I have occupation, but I do not have a job.
What is your profession, sir?
But I think I would
My
just
profession is
I would do brass on
day laborer.
those for this, since I can't do it on
Day laborer.
the other part.
Oh, that's kind of vague.
And it's weird how many people come in here asking for the Boyd arc to continue.
You a fabricator?
Like, it's sad because I love RPing with Verts, and I liked some of what could have happened there, but cheating on Saffron, gaslighting her, never actually apologizing for anything, and just that.
It kills you. It sends you to
See, I could make my gun look like my real gun, but it would cost me $500. It cost me almost as much as my real gun.
He's one of those pharmaceutical folk.
Yeah, pharmaceutical. Hey, Johnny, I got a fucking good idea.
What?
We
What's the
buy the
idea?
fucking mushrooms from this guy, and we sell them at the fucking general.
What's happening back
Like 4
there?
times
that's
the price.
That's a great idea.
It's a fucking good idea.
Don't tell
Hey.
him that, you fucking idiot.
What do you mean, fucking idiot? It's a fucking good idea.
Yep.
Oh. What's O? At least you got him back for Sappho's Harmony. I mean, not really. That wasn't like the intention, right? Oh boy, that's scary. I know who plays one of those too. I'm avoiding them because they seem really weird. Oh wait, one of them is one of them's played by the same guy who plays Ray Ray. That was the people that we forced to pick oranges. Yeah, Sully. I like Harmony. Oh, Telegram. Oh, my stomach just jolted, man. Please don't be a breakout crew waiting to grab people. No, I think that's Butch something.
Right, mate, just gonna squeeze right up here. If that's alright.
No, it's quite fine. Hold heads up, stay safe and out towards Saint Denis. CD was last seen in Rhodes / that direction. Wait, what? I'm not feeling well and having to deal with a kidnapping. Just please stay safe. Why'd you stop leaving your telegram? I know. It says stay safe out towards Saint Denis. So is he telling me to stay in Saint Denis? But then he says CD was last seen in Rhodes / in this direction. Thanks, Figure. Like, I know it, but sometimes I double guess myself.
Oh. That Saffron.
As oh, we can ride the tram for a bit, guys. It's Goon Bones, but oh well. Goon Bones is much more tolerable than he used to be. As a lawman, he was insufferable. Constantly doing stuff, getting jailed for it, and then... Heidi, is the tram open for riders?
Is who open for what?
Is the tram open for riders?
Raiders, I hope not.
What? Are you not giving people rides?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Kind of buy a ticket?
If you get $1.50 on you.
Aye, I do. One moment, I need to check my telegrams. Are you going to be here for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, alright, thank you. Bruh. He's so hard to talk to. Warning you about the East. Beckwith and Shaw are with me and Strawberry. We're about to send a party after kidnapping. City of Scene roads. Be careful in that general direction as he possibly may be going to Sanity. Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. So I just got out here and now. He probably is, Ducky.
Hello, how are you?
Heidi, I'm paying for the ticket.
Whose ticket?
My ticket. Saffron Mitchell.
All right.
Oh, I don't want the. I don't want any of that stuff. Thank you.
All right, 150.
I don't want the tackle box, sir. Oh no, you can. I'm giving you a tip here, so. I don't go fishing. Nope.
All right, 150.
I'm about to walk away, man. If he doesn't just.
All right. That wasn't so hard. Oh, careful on the front. You're gonna. Oh.
Oh, sorry. Is everything okay? Oh no. I'm so sorry.
Stephen.
Wait, what do you want me to do?
It's all right. Stephen's just gonna.
He's just gonna go on a joint.
All right, goodbye, Stephen.
I'm sorry, Stephen. I didn't mean to bump into you.
I guess that's the end of his shift.
I guess so.
He's very sensitive. I apologize.
Alright, my bad as well. Sorry.
Stephen, kisses at home. Stephen, I'll make you soup. Stephen, you don't have to stumble around in the seats. Oh dearie. Okay, well, just hop on the back and make yourself comfortable. I guess Stephen is going to get a little rowdy. He usually does at the end of a shift.
All right.
All right. Well, I'm gonna find another employee from inside the station. I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, Robert.
If I can get him to move out.
Oh, Robert, there you are. Thank goodness. Yeah, feel free to roughhouse Stephen. He's being a little bit of a twerp.
Didn't he roughhouse him? But it looks like he's decided to take a nap on the bench. So that's good. He's relaxing after his long shift. So
Well, he's probably drinking on the job again. All right, here we go. Make sure you maybe grab onto the railing above you or something. We go a little. Oh, Robert. He's no.
I think they do it because they're trying to make the game feel, or trying to make the city feel bigger. And also, I don't know, if they have them in, I don't know, do they have them in New Orleans? They probably just want to, like,
If you look
forgot
off
what I
to
was
our
saying.
right, we have the town of Valentino. We got here pretty quick.
I don't think that's correct. Pretty sure that was just the industrial sector.
Off to your left, you'll see the waterfalls, the biggest ones in the crossing. Don't jump in. You see any goblins aboard? Do not pet them.
Goblins? Do you mean someone in particular by goblins?
Dublin? Never been there.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, any drunkards that would like a ride? Any pathetic drunkards would perhaps like to jump aboard the trolley? How about you, portly gentlemen? Huh? Hop aboard. Get aboard immediately.
We gotta get on now. You made me fall off the tram.
All right, next stop is somewhere.
Say,
I'm glad you made it a bird.
Who the hell is this?
This is the tram.
What's that? Who's
professional?
What's that smell? Who's that?
Who's what?
Who's what?
Tickets, please.
Yeah, all right.
Bug Freddy
I
about.
paid the last time, and you made me fall off the tram. I'm paying this time.
What do you mean I made you fall? What does that mean?
I get. You threw a fucking piece of cheese at me, and I fell off the tram because of that.
You wanted the cheese, you followed the cheese.
I
How's
didn't
that my
follow
fault?
the cheese. I didn't want no fucking cheese.
And how about you, Big Nuts? You got some Buck Freddy for me or what?
Oh, I just gave you 5. Cover both of us.
there you go.
What the hell was that?
He gave you $5, so there you go. It's covered both of our
He's
tickets.
rummaging around in my pockets all willy-nilly. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's go, Robert.
Oh, all right. What's your name, man?
Saffron.
Saffron. Nice to meet you.
I think we've
How you doing
met
today?
a few times, Julius. That's just
Ha-
been a long
have we?
time.
I'm sorry.
No, it's alright.
Oh, you worked for the paper, right?
Uh-huh.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Shit, well, good to see you again. I swear, I have the worst fucking memory. You'd think it'd be, but I know people who come to the bar, and beyond that,
I
like,
know, and
forget. See,
I'm not a bar frequenter, so it's, you know.
well, Butch was giving all, talking about how, Goonsbones here can't remember people apparently, and I said, look, I am not even that much better than him, so really, I get it. Oh, look at that, we're in Strawberry now. Fantastic.
Aye, we passed Valentine and the largest waterfalls in the state over by the Taylors too. So that was interesting.
Last time I really had a conversation with Jews, I think that was last winter in Armadillo.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, talking to you.
Was that when there was that wee war versus East
between North
Armadillo?
and whatever. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I still remember the day.
I forgot about that.
It was the funniest fucking shit. I swear to God.
Remember when he demanded that we elect a mayor for East Armadillo or whatever?
Oh yeah, and then we created
then he immediately
Central
attacked-
Armadillo.
And then he immediately attacked the new mayor.
Yeah, and then he attacked Otto immediately. Whoa, is that guy alright over here?
That was so don't worry about him. He was the conductor, and you're not supposed to enter on the front right there because the conductors get very, very worked up. And so he got worked up, and then I walked over here by him, and then he just sort of threw himself dramatically down onto the seat. Bones said that maybe he's been de-drinking a wee bit, and he's just also very dramatic. So he's just taking a nap there now.
Hey, we made it. We fucking made it. Let's go.
Oh no.
Let's do it.
Did he
Let's
just
do it,
play
baby.
that sound?
Oh.
Heidi.
What the fuck happened to him?
Howdy there.
He's
Stop.
just had a very
What
long
are you
shift,
talking
and he's
about?
taking a nap.
Oh, of course.
Why'd you leave your fucking aprons?
We hung him up because we're not working in the shop.
I smell ruffians
Oh, you got
aboard
hired.
my trolley.
Ruffians? Excuse me, sir.
What do you mean?
Buck 50 a
What do you
pop,
mean?
please.
Oh,
No
a buck.
tickets?
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
of
yeah,
course.
He
yeah.
doesn't have
of course, of
eyebrows.
course. How much?
They don't have eyebrows.
50, you just
Buck
fucking
50.
said.
They have no chin
okay.
and no eyebrows. At least the one.
You got him? You paying for us both?
No, I'm not paying for us both.
Why do
You
people
fucking
laugh
What do
like
you
that?
mean? Just do it. Just fucking do it, Mikey.
You pay
Come on.
unfair.
Okay, fucking fine.
What's wrong
All
with
right.
you, Johnny?
$100.
You know what? It's all I got. Take it.
He just charged him $100.
All right.
All right, do we just sit anywhere? Fucking, can we share a bench?
If you want.
Fucking scoot in.
I'm scooting.
Fucking scoot in.
Mikey.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Please,
the trolley will
Mikey.
be departing shortly. If you'd like a ticket, get your ass over here.
Jesus Christ. Is there a time where you twos don't bicker?
Who the fuck are you?
Who the
Yeah,
fuck
who
are
the fuck
you?
are you?
The fuck are
Who the
you?
fuck are you?
Who the fuck are you?
The fuck?
Who the
Oh,
fuck are
it's
you?
this guy.
He looks
This
familiar.
fucking
Hey,
this
keep
guy.
it down back here.
he looks
Okay,
I'm
I'm
trying
sorry,
to
I'm
wash my
sorry.
ties.
Hey, the
Keep
fucking this
it
guy
down.
started it.
Did we meet you the other night?
Yeah, the fucking general
Oh, that's
shop.
fucking right. Yeah.
All aboard.
That's right. That's right. Wait, he's Dom's friend.
He's Dom's
I'm sorry,
friend.
mister.
I'm sorry.
Apologies.
Yeah, apologies.
We've had a long day.
We had a
okay?
very long day.
We've had a long day.
Been a long
Right.
day, huh?
Yeah,
So
fucking
does
long
everyone
day.
else in the fucking city. What you do on a long day, huh?
Oh, you don't want
Business?
to fucking know. It's business. Can't tell you.
Business. Eh?
Yeah, fucking
That's right.
can't tell you.
That's
It's
right.
business.
So you're
Business.
both you're twins, aren't you?
That's right.
Did
Yeah, yeah.
did you get into an accident with fire or something?
No.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Well, I just noticed that he has eyebrows and you don't, but you look very, very similar.
The fuck do you mean?
I think they
Wait,
both
one
have
of them got
eyebrows.
eyebrows? Wait, what do
No,
you mean?
both of them got eyebrows.
We have eyebrows.
I'm apparently
Yeah.
not seeing things correctly.
Fucking
then.
both have eyebrows.
Lady, have you been drinking?
Nope. But I'm
know,
quite
here's the
sickly
crazy
and
part.
not feeling very good. I think I'm a wee
Oh,
bit
there we go.
feverish.
There we go. Eating
well,
the mushrooms.
My apologies. I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah,
So-
the
Hold
overlays
on,
aren't
here's the
working
thing
on
though,
one of
right?
them.
Yeah, how
It
you
makes
doing?
sense they're twins, they got the same hair, all that. But they have, I swear, they have soot in the exact same pattern on their faces.
See,
Very
I'm
funny,
not
funny how
I'm not
that
seeing
works
that at
out.
all. I'm seeing he's all sooty,
Remarkable.
and then the other fella's got the freshest, cleanest, eyebrowless complexion.
Nope.
So I
Okay,
think I'm
yep,
just
no,
seeing
that's
things.
you. That's
no,
you.
I,
I think you're seeing things.
We gotta get you some medication.
Don't worry, you
Yeah.
don't miss
Shit.
much.
Yeah.
Hey, what's
Hey,
that
what the
supposed
fuck does
to
that
mean?
supposed to mean?
Well, I mean, it's exactly what it means. You're not missing much. You know
No,
what
they
I'm
were
saying?
telling.
Because
he
like,
was
it looks
telling-
clean.
He was telling me that I needed to get medications because apparently I'm seeing things.
Oh, I thought you were fucking dissing us.
No.
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
I was
alright.
concerned you'd experienced
not
a
be.
sort of accident. That's all.
Fucking better not
but I'm
be.
just seeing things.
All right.
Hello.
That's a
any
fucking nice
drunkards
trolley.
Would like a ride on the trolley?
He
I
loves
like
his
how he
bomb
goes
as
and he
much as I-
shouts that through the bar window.
Oh, he's done it
Bones,
like 4 times.
how
It's
come you don't
fantastic.
make that?
Bastards sitting lonely inside.
How come you
Any
don't make that?
rambunctious bastard?
Sorry, I had soot in my ears.
Who's that
I'm
in
gonna
there?
see
Can't
if Butch is in there.
Get a job, will you?
Fuck, I like this guy.
He said
Fucking
get a job.
good. Hey,
He
fucking
did,
did.
he did. Alright, y'all have a good one.
Hey, have a good
Oh
one.
my god, what the fuck?
Yeah, have a goodbye.
Oh no, we lost Julius. How come you don't? How come you don't stop and shout that through the doors of the Bastille?
Cause fuck the Bastille, that's right.
I was asking why you didn't make the drunkards call out for the Bastille.
Calling me a bastard?
No.
Hey. Oh, he's a driver. You can't just fucking call him a bastard.
I don't call anyone
He ain't
that.
the one driving.
If I gotta come back there, I'm gonna start giving people food and cheese.
Oh no, no, you don't want that to happen. It gives you a fucking headache.
What do you mean? That sounds fucking great.
Oh, I tell you what, it don't. He dropped the fucking cheese on the floor.
What,
And then he
fucking
bounced
Johnny,
up and hit me in the head and I fell off the tram.
Oh, fuck. Hey, what, Johnny? Why?
What's so fucking funny?
You fucking what?
Alright,
What
looks like
the
this
fuck
is
you
my-
mean? What's funny?
The fuck's so fucking funny?
You'll take
Your fucking
care.
hat, first of all.
Ladies and gentlemen, next stop on the trolley will be right fucking here.
Fucking hat's funny?
Yep, those are the twins that we made pick oranges. Correct. Ridiculous.
Thank you.
Wasn't too much force, apparently. They love that.
Hello, miss.
Hi. Howdy.
How are you?
Doing well.
Would you like a ride on the world's first trolley?
Well, actually, I just got off, but thank you.
Oh, that's inappropriate.
Okay. I need to run and grab hydration. I'll be right back.
Some folks measure their success by the labels in their suits. Some folks let their family ties choke them like a noose. But not me, my friend. No, not me, my friend. No, no, not me. Not me.
Alright, sorry. Back. I just realized I had my roaring kind of air filter thing going the entire time. Whoops. Ouch. I gotta check my telegrams again. Well, it's harder to hear with music going and stuff, but yeah. Okay, well, Coiner, who knows what he's doing. I guess we will pick oranges and use that to get west if we have to worry about east. Probably flapping his gums somewhere. Yeah. I mean, you would hope that he wasn't keen on getting immediately arrested, right? But, we all know that's probably not how things will work out. Man, I think we actually have to worry about running into Varik too. That stuff keeps piling up and I'm not even doing anything, man. Like, literally, I was doing nothing. I got robbed, and that puts me at fault. Whether or not I told the deputies is completely irrelevant because he robbed a deputy. Kind of probably going off some long story, going on and not checking his telegrams. Probably. How did you get robbed again? This was like a week ago when Rip and I both got robbed. I don't know what his deal is. Feels like he's just trying to find a reason to go after Saff. I think he is. This is the guy who played Johnny John Jones. I can't remember what his actual name was. I remember Varik Gunn being, yeah, he's Dr. Grouch and Scarlet have been good friends for a long time. They've done a lot of characters together. No, Dubois was that Dubois, is that Winters' character? I think that's Winter, that's Draven, yeah, probably Draven. That sounds right. Sounds like the kind of name that a Grouch character would have. Yeah, it's Dr. Grouch. I thought you were talking about all the shenanigans you pulled with Bonnie, then later when you robbed those people with Rip. Oh yeah, Bonnie, Yeka's character. That was funny. Cannot believe that I was getting robbed. Like, I got robbed on Sive earlier and then immediately getting robbed again. I was just like, are you serious? Are you serious? Why is this happening? Funny, that was the whole thing why Scarlet wasn't playing Kyla Lane anymore, because she didn't have any guys around her anymore. Then she makes Ashley and they come back different. Yeah, well. I feel like she was... Man, I gotta worry about her too. I think I do. Because she's with Varik. And I just know that she would love to be mean to me. It's fine, you know, it's Scarlet. I trust her RP and stuff. It's just, you know, it's just another one of many, you know? You know what I'm saying? Weird, it didn't used to be it would actually spawn the stick. The Saffron fan club is currently full. No longer taking applications. Thanks. Though I think low-key Scarlet feels bad for Saff, so she might be nice right now. Maybe. That was pretty mean to corner her in the doctor's office while she's sitting there, not even treated. Barely wrapped up, and then she's getting the intero and intimidation and the see around. Oh. I was watching when Saf came running in the Valentine looking for a doctor, and Ashley, Scott, and company went in there, and Scarlett was like, poor Saffron, always getting hurt. Ah! We have enough. Just get one more. We pick oranges in the dead of winter here. Not, I guess it's late fall. Kind of funny, then Rip suggesting talking to Ed about the train. What, so Saf could up the stakes of being robbed / kidnapped? Right. Like those train conductors are like walking loot boxes. It's so sad. I mean, the bells are very mean to Ray. It's so funny though. Just...
Hey,
the bells have
got a
pretty
little job
been
for
pretty mean to the train staff. They've been pretty mean to the train staff. What? We only took his lunch and ate it in front of him a couple times. Well, they beat up Diego and made him run naked through the swamp. Why did my horse run away like that? Made him run, not through the swamps, naked through Valentine because he threw one of their hats off the train. So for a month, the goal was, let's beat up Diego. Diego's a different case. There's beef there. I mean, Diego's a spiteful little snot. It's pretty funny. Bear absolutely plays that character in a way to, in a way is to make people want to beat him up. It's always too funny. Plenty of beef in the lunches too. I don't know. It was just really funny that both times poor Ray Ray had a nice, you know, tandoori chicken and garlic naan bread with him. Technically not because it's tandoori. Yeah. So funny. Hydrate? I'm hydrating. When I went downstairs, my parents were like, Megan, come over here, look at this. We got this special oil. Because they just went down to Cannon Beach. And one thing, I don't know what it's like, you know, the touristy beach towns in your area, but the touristy beach towns here on the West Coast, at least the Pacific Northwest, you can always find a vinegar and olive oil bar. Or like, you know, specialty store. So they'll sell really, really nice aged balsamic vinegars with different flavorings and flavored olive oils. And my parents are really into those, so they always get them whenever they go, especially down to Oregon. There's just one shop we get it from. I think they even order from them online. But they got a red wine vinegar and like ones that we always get, like a peach balsamic and stuff. Tons of crackers. I don't know. I don't know. When we, you know, we'll do like olive oil and vinegar, we'll dip bread in it. That's so good. And actually, I'd walk downstairs with a loaf of Asiago cheese bread from Safeway, and it was like, oh, you gotta have that with this. I'll try it later. I wasn't particularly hungry. I found out that if you have leftover pizza, you chuck it in the air fryer for 4 minutes. Perfection. It's like it just came out of the oven. The stores in Seaside, Oregon are weed shops now, like 2 on every street. Ugh. Perfection is cold pizza next morning. Now, why have cold pizza when you could chuck it in the air fryer? Yeah, really. Yeah, you use the air fryer, man. That thing's a game changer. And if you have any extra toppings in your fridge, you know, like maybe you have some bacon bits and some cheese in there, you can just sprinkle that on top, and it'll just help with the refreshment process. Oops. Difference to my picky toddler niece, I will make chicken fries, microwave, don't eat them, air fryer, she eats them up. Yeah, it's nice to have something crispy. Yeah, the thing about pizza for me is like it's still good cold, but I like it best when it's hot. Even though it's, you know, very good cold. Okay. Well, I was really hoping we'd have that meeting today, but the fact that we're not getting contacted is kind of rough. Maybe I just am kind of avoiding Blackwater, but I guess we could go check. It just, you'd think that if he's in Blackwater, then he's near the telegram station, then he would see the telegram, then he would respond to it, you know? So assuming he's in Blackwater seems a bit of a stretch. Or it seems like he's not in a town. have to remember that about an air fryer if I ever get one. Used to use a small toaster oven. I don't microwave pizza. I'll microwave pizza, but yeah, the air fryer only takes a little bit longer, so. That rip? Fantastic. Everything okay? Did you guys tell him that I complained about him not leaving it? Right there. Did you guys say that Ember's complaining about this? Okay. Okay. So yeah, I've also done something similar, Dan, as I've sprinkled a little bit of cheese onto a skillet and let that start getting crispy, and then then I'll just put the pizza down on top of that cheese and then let that get crispy so it turns into like a crunchy cheese crust thing. That's a good way to heat pizza too.
Howdy.
Howdy. Is everything okay?
Not really.
Okay. Sorry.
Joey Crawford got kidnapped. Eleanor Moon as well by Boone's
Okay.
boys.
Why is he getting kidnapped all the time?
I don't know, but they dragged him through town. He was left here. We believe Eleanor may be in the Dakota River.
Oh. Shaky cheese? What are you guys talking about? Yeah, Eleanor Moon. What?
Managed to speak with Corner.
No, he sent me a telegram saying that we could meet, and I've sent him two, and I'm still looking for a response.
I last saw him in Strawberry. May be able to find him there.
Just begs the question, why isn't he responding to the telegram now? Okay.
Possibly hasn't seen it, or I don't know. But
Aye.
he head over there. He should be. I saw him as we were leaving by the utilities woman.
Okay, okay.
Right safe.
I'll do my best. He probably has a bunch of telegrams that he's not even opened, and so the notification means nothing to him. I don't know. And then he gets distracted. I don't know. Why are Boone's boys always attacking rangers? You just want to rob them? But why Joey? Like, he seemed nice. And didn't we just hear he just got tortured, like, yesterday or the day before? I feel like we did. Where? I don't know. Like, I know Saffron gets flack, but at least we You know, some reasons are really, really super petty, but we at least kind of know the reasons for some of them. And granted, we actually have not been tortured a bunch on this server. We have not. We've had an episode of psychological torture, and we've had 2 knives thrown at our legs. But we've never been, like, tortured for information, or just grabbed and hurt for an extended period of time. Like, even with Scarlet's, with Kyla and stuff, they hurt Rabbit, not Saffron. I mean, they shot me up pretty good, and I was emoting pretty bad injuries. Yeah, that was the time Rabbit was talking about, the time giving scenarios to the other cadets, right? Yeah. The 2 snakes thing was pretty bad, maybe the worst thing that's happened. Yeah, but that was also not torture. It was, we're just gonna kill you. And yeah, that was the only time we've been executed here. Because we definitely had a slew of, oh, why didn't you perma? Type comments. Which is silly. Yeah, when they were telling Saffron where to hurt Rabbit, Saffron wouldn't say anything because they were going to do it and it was going to be on them. Yeah. You didn't even hit the rock. It could be survivable. I've heard stranger things in real life. Yeah.
That is F.
What are you not wanting to talk today?
We can if you wanted to.
Okay,
Joey and Eleanor got taken.
Don't just mention that to me.
Boone's boys.
I feel like he was just hurt the other day.
Mason James.
Yep, he was.
Boy has the look of the Irish.
Sounds
Sure
like
to
he
say.
has my look.
Yeah, I heard about you. You doing all right?
No, not really. Not at all.
Yeah, we came to face with that son of a bitch yesterday. Did you hear about that?
Who?
Charles Devine and his crew.
He attacked me the other night, and then I just ran into him earlier in Valentine. Nothing happened that time, thankfully, but
Did he figure it out?
Figured what out?
Emmett Scrab.
He's not mentioned anything to me about anything like that.
That's what he came after us for.
He came after you?
Specifically Abigail.
No, he... As far as I understand, is he tried to rob me several weeks ago. And he approached me in the Heartlands at night, in the rain, after I'd witnessed him sell potentially stolen guns down in roads. And so I was defensive, you know, I wouldn't let him get close to me. He immediately got defensive that I was being defensive. He started demanding I give him my carrots. And I said, well, no. Because at first I was like, well, I'll show you where they grow and stuff. And he said, well, how about you just give them to me? And I said, I don't think so. And he pulled out his gun and said, well, what if I do this? And so I pulled out my gun and I said, well, then I'll do this. And he tried to be in a standoff and then told me just throw him on the ground and he'd leave me alone. So I threw the first thing I could reach in my pockets, which was the bundle of sticks, and I rode away as quickly as I could. Then I don't know, like a week later, I was here in Strawberry. I went to the telegram station and well, I'd stayed up in Big Valley and my horse had run off, so I had grabbed one of the green ponies out in the fields and I needed to go to the stable to check for my horse. And as I went up to the stable, I noticed that someone was following me, so I jumped and ran inside the stable right as he pulled up with his shotgun out, shouting at me. I also had a shotgun on my back, and he tried to get me to come out of there with and put my gun down, and I refused. And then he started monologuing, so I dashed out the back door and hid.
What does he want from you?
I don't know. All I know is that he's associated with Jabaz, and Jabaz wants to kill me.
For that article? Does he know?
No, it has not. He's never said. He hasn't said anything about the paper. It's because of Rep. He wants to hurt Rep. I was doing milk runs a week ago or so. You know that article from Weller with Love. It was around that. I'd been doing milk runs and came across him and two Boons boys and this last name Josie, and they robbed me. And Jabaz had this whole monologue that sounded like he'd been preparing for a while, and he made a bunch of threats towards me. That is when they did ask me about the paper, I recall correctly, and I said I don't work for the paper anymore, and Josie hit me over the head. I can't remember what they asked me though.
Then they haven't put two and two together.
No, I don't think any of this has to do with the paper.
Well, they came after us looking for Emmett Scrab first. They'd had conversations with Abigail, trying to ask questions. And yesterday, we were at the Blackwater Telegram office. It was Dusty, so he comes rolling up. Apparently 6 deep, but we couldn't see anybody because it was just him for the most part. Our lot, about 8 or 9 of us outside the telegram office, we're just having a chat. And he goes, I want to talk to you, Abigail. And she goes, no, I'm not going with you. He goes, I want to go somewhere isolated away from law so that way we could have a chat. And she goes, absolutely not. I don't feel safe doing that. And he couldn't respect that. And he goes, I just want to have a chat. All right, we could either do it the easy way or the hard way. And he discussed the hard way being, you know, he starts listing off, I got a knife.
I got a knife, I got a Navy, I got a Schofield, I got a Litchfield, I have a lasso. Like, trying to big dick it out there.
And I got in his face and I said, look, whatever you guys say to her, you could say to me. I'm a boss. And he goes, no, I want to have a conversation with her. And I go, well, it ain't gonna happen. Eventually he fucked off, trying to collect his crew and his thoughts. We wanted to make ourselves scarce, and she's sending telegrams to the law. So she picks a town, and me, Lyle, Lancaster, and Amelie follow her to Rhodes. We get to Rhodes, and we're about to send another telegram at the telegram office, and who comes coming bombing down the hill? Well, Charles and the rest of his crew start chasing off Abigail, and so we try to cut hot in the pursuit. Ended up on the Comanche, right on the coastline. Guns drawn. Amelie pointing to this guy in a darker clothing and stuff like that. But just so that way we don't escalate, I'm telling Amelie to put it down, but I start speaking up because Abigail's shaking something fierce. So I say, why don't you two, Abigail and Charles, go have your conversation over there at the edge of the river. We'll all watch, and we're going to stick with your crew, and they're going to stick with us. You do anything untoward, I will blast the fucking shit out of you. Go. Have your talk. All right? They're like, fine. Why don't we put our guns away? And I'm like, you first, motherfucker. Control the conversation. He listened. Put his gun away first. Good favor, and started walking over to the river. This was yesterday.
Morgan?
No, Charles Devine.
Oh, okay. All right.
So he goes over there. No. But he goes over there to the river. They have their chat. We're talking to the other crews and stuff, and eventually, whatever that chat was, they got satisfied. He tells the entire crew to just go out and head off, and then they leave and they go on their way. Whatever happens to them, we don't know. But later on, Abigail and Tails and me, they were starting to ask questions and trying to get clarity on this whole idea of Emmett Scribe. And here's the thing with the paper, is that we're transparent. We will say what we need to, but the only things that we do lie about, and we're not going to give up, is the identity of our UC division. Yeah. Identity of the UC division, identity of our sources, as well as any stories that we don't necessarily publish that tend to be sensitive information, because sometimes there are things that we cannot put into the paper because it's going to hurt someone.
Sure.
And that's why we don't put them into the paper, and we keep those close to the heart, and we don't ever say anything about them.
Do we know exactly what they're taking issue with, what Emmett wrote?
There was something written that he took issue with, and he was going to Abigail for.
Okay, I was wondering if we knew what the thing was that they take issue with.
It was a story about Jabas, and they didn't take kindly to it. And so they wanted to talk with Emmett Scribe. She had told them that Emmett doesn't work for the paper no more. He didn't put two and two together, but he did switch over and asking about what you were doing and where you are, and corroborated that you weren't working with the paper either. And that was it. That was the whole conversation they had. He was just trying to make sure that Abigail wasn't lying to him. And our policy is that we don't lie.
Great. Thanks, Coiner.
Because it's
Thanks
easier
for
if we
screwing
don't.
me over.
We tell people the truth, and that's it. I had a talk with Gavin Summers, and I did lie because I was protecting Caroline DeVoe. He wanted to have a meeting with her, and he asked what her description was. So I said, brown hair, homely looks, met her once. And he goes, are you telling me the truth? And I go, I know your policy. You don't like liars. And I ain't lying to you. But I was. He was satisfied with it, and I gave his boys even pirate rum to go away. They dropped me off back in Blackwater, and that was that. Wasn't much to it. When it came to that story about the Red Water Company and their split, basically told me wasn't no story there. They brought in a new guy, he didn't like the new guy, and he walked away. That was it. I said to myself, you know what? You're right. And I gave him that one as good favor because we're using him as a, I guess, another point of corroboration. He's willing to play nice and not victimize all of us with the exception of Abigail. He still wants to get her cash. And I tried to get that out of the way. I told him. So sick. I asked him, would you leave Abigail alone? He goes, is she still sweet on cash? And I didn't say anything. And he goes, she's not safe then. And I go, well, there's that. You can't change the mind of a man that has that kind of conviction. So I tried, though. I did. But beyond that, this Charles Devine, just a pusher for now. I don't think he understands how anything works or what people are willing to do. But I'm sure he was impressed that a bunch of newspaper writers, cadet, Lyle Lancaster, and a cook decided to stand up to him.
Well, I'm not really a cook anymore.
I feel like my problems
Rum
with
runner.
him are twofold. I think that it's because he's with Jabas and it has As far as I understand, that doesn't have anything to do with the paper. It's because they know that Rip and I were in a relationship.
Well, regardless of
And-
that fact, it doesn't matter because we're going to make sure that you do not get anything from the paper at all when it comes to heat. I'm protecting you at the same time.
No, I'm just letting you know, I guess.
No, it's fine. It's just, I want to make sure that you understand that we're not going to give you up.
I mean, I didn't think that you would.
I know.
Although, telling him that about... They probably will put two together quite a...
I don't know. I've seen the guy's eyes, and I mean, he's got probably 2 wheels going with 1 hamster, so I'm not too
Sort of,
faithful.
stupid people can still shoot guns.
This is
His
true.
crew also wasn't all that great. They were kind of dopey.
Guess that's the best you can
I'll
get.
tell you...
What was it?
in
One
more
of them was
depth
named Brick.
Brick.
what happened with Willer and Cash. After they'd robbed me, I came to town and went to go let the law know. And Cash happened to be there in the office, and then Willer walked in, and they all just came brazenly into town after robbing me and beating me, essentially. And I whispered to them, I said, that's them right there. And Willer dressed them. And Cash and Willer weren't pushing for anything. There was 4 of them there. I think they were all wanted. I think Jabaz had a huge warrant at the time. And I think maybe the only thing they did was prevent them from coming inside the telegram because I was hiding in there. Not making myself known. And that Josie, she pushed for a fight, and she just completely fanned Cash down immediately. And then it was Willer and I left to fight all 4 of them. Willer managed to take them all down. These people, they'll go and they'll push a known issue when they're not being pursued. They're not, nothing, you know, there's almost no law on duty. They'll go push something and risk, you know, massive Sissika times. They're crazy.
Yeah.
And then they get right back out and they do it all over again.
Well, when they had me, that Josie, she kept pushing to do something that sounded like she wanted to be cruel, or like robbing me wasn't enough.
She interjected herself in the middle of that private conversation too.
Well, because I wasn't being straightforward with any of the questions they asked me. They did briefly ask me, how's the paper going? And I said, well, I'm not working with the paper right now. And then that's when she smacked me over the head, because my name is still in the paper, so apparently she didn't believe that. Told them it was the truth. They didn't mention Emmett's Craig, though.
How long ago was that?
A week.
And that was yesterday that we're asking. So, honestly,
And yesterday, no, the day before yesterday, I was late. I was doing milk runs out of Blackwater again. And as I passed the stables, I was just starting to kick my horse to go a wee bit faster as I left town, passing the stable doors between the telegram and the stables, and out of the corner of my eye I noticed someone had their hands up and an arm grappling around their neck. And then next thing I know, I hear Sadie screaming at me to stop and pick my hands up. So I kicked my horse faster and turned the corner and kept going, and then he
Sadie?
started screaming. CD. Charles
Oh,
Devine.
okay.
Kicked my horse to go faster, and he started shouting to stop or he'd shoot, so I fumbled for my rifle out of my bags because I was already quite injured and not carrying my rifle around, and fired a shot back at him and got shot as I fled. And then they came around the sheriff's office later trying to insinuate that I was telling the law I hadn't shot first in that situation. That's so strange. I don't know why I'm being stalked by these people. But Josie was out there too.
See, this is another situation that I was just talking to other Josie about, Joey Crawford's Josie. She was just here worrying about him something fierce because he had gotten abducted about an hour or so ago now. But the thing of it is that civilians getting targeted for almost zero to no reason.
That's always the way it's been, though. You remember
Yeah,
I
it
got
is.
thrown off of Bacchus Bridge because I reported that someone tried to sell me stolen SCSD weapons.
Yeah. Wow.
Simply doing civic duty.
Just there's some calibers of criminal that are around here that don't understand that there are consequences for certain actions, that you will get caught, that someone's going to say something. They don't understand that.
Right, and then just the other night, when after I'd been shot, I made my way to Blackwater and was waiting for treatment, and someone who had robbed Rip and I had been in the room, unmasked, left and came back masked, and that's when I realised it was the same person who'd robbed us and started menacing me for opening my mouth to deputies even though he robbed a deputy. And I told him, I said, whether or not I told anyone that you robbed me is inconsequential because you robbed a deputy. The man who I was with at the time was law. And then it didn't seem to matter to him. I started going into his monologue about, you're in a very bad position right now, and then thankfully that's when Rip showed up. I mean, that's no win right there.
They're getting bolder. Almost no reason whatsoever, and it's getting infuriating, but well, we are getting more badges. Hopefully that tips the balance.
Very, very bad week.
Yeah.
And that was I ran into Thorn and Deadeye Jack. Several
Heard
names.
about
I hear Thorn's back in Siska though.
She got caught after what they pulled.
Because Abigail said that Thorn wrote her a love letter.
It's been heavy. Heavy regardless.
Mm-hmm.
How about we all just get out of eye shot and get on a porch somewhere?
Yeah.
Maybe that one over there, undercover. Not a lot of people look at that one.
Which one?
Going straight
Right in
ahead
front
by
of us.
the...
Yeah. Yeah, not a lot of people look at this one. So you want to have that chat?
I have been wanting to have it for 2 weeks.
All right. Well, how that all went down, we'll have to say on a professional level. And this is me as your former boss, all right? Not your friend. It was abhorrent. It's terrible, but I get it. You didn't want to get a talking to. You didn't want to get chatted at like that. I get that.
It wasn't about not being willing to address things, Connor. It was a specific way in which it was done.
I do take responsibility to a certain extent because I'm the one that egged it on. I said, here's our opportunity. We got everyone here. Let's just do it. It needs to be done. And could have encouraged it to be a walk and talk get out of town, maybe go to the edge or something like that, have that chat. I think if I remember correctly, there was also this sort of air of we go outside of town, there was something bad that might have happened if I remember. Forgot who was out, but somebody was out, and both you and Abigail were in the limelight at that point, so I didn't want to risk that, so we was there for a reason. I do remember that being in the back of my mind. So the way that I want to conduct this is I'm going to give you some points. If you want to explain it, there's your chance to explain it.
Okay.
And I'm just going to listen. That's all I'm going to do. And I'll take it into account. At the very end, I'm just going to say something to you. That's it. After that, present the chat we've had, what was said, and everything to the editing board.
And this was had without hearing from me first.
What's that?
And this was had without hearing from me first.
No, I'm going to present. No, I'm going to talk to the editing board after this.
I see.
Yeah. So, I'll present it to the editing board after this chat. Me and the other two ladies are going to have a talk. And then I'll go from there, alright? So, there's 5 points I want to bring up, specifically. One of them is nearly a moot point, but, you know, still need to bring it up anyway. After each point, I'm just going to listen, alright?
Aye.
So, tiny little thing, but needs to be brought up. Is, editing an article after it's been published.
Can I speak?
Yeah.
That did happen that one time, and I fully understood at the time that it was a mistake when it was brought up. I apologized, and it was not done maliciously. I spoke with Abigail about this. I thought it was something that was long in the past. Because I sincerely, when I saw it go up, I checked my telegrams, I checked notes and stuff. I thought I had somehow, not saved what I had worked on. Because the character count was even off and stuff. I was just very, very confused, and I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Yeah, that's fine.
And we discussed this, and I apologized, and I understand why it was a mistake, but that was months ago, when it was a mistake, and I've recognized it as a mistake, and I've called it a mistake.
Yeah. Now, just for each one of these points, I want to reiterate that these are just learning points, all right? We make mistakes, and we're, you know, human, and it's fine.
I want to say that I do try and seek out and correct my own mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
But if no one ever tells me that there's still an issue, then I can't necessarily identify that.
Yeah.
Right?
No, you're right. Alright, so that was the first point. Second point.
So long ago, man. And it was
James Kelly and Rip in the telegram office.
I'll say about that it was not a newspaper issue. That was me having been a lawman, having dealt with James Kelly multiple times, having been continuously harassed by Kelly for weeks before and after that event, knowing by his demeanor change and how he was positioning himself that he fully intended to attack the man that I love right there in front of me. I can't explain it any other way than that. Kelly fully intended to hurt Rip in that moment because Rip's involvement in killing Sam Bass.
Who shot first?
Kelly. It was Kelly or Rip.
You do understand that as a civilian outfit, newspaper isn't necessarily obliged, nor are we considered to be any sort of justice system, nor are we supposed to act in any sort of way. Now, this is an outstanding circumstance. This is a circumstance where you do have backing as law. You do understand the line that divides it.
Of self-defense?
Yep.
Aye.
And you were acting of your own accord, beyond the paper.
Aye.
And I get that. But there's a sort of expectation and decorum that comes along with being with the paper. We have to use our words as best we can to de-escalate a situation or get it to a point where if guns do happen to have to be drawn, we've exhausted all other options. That being said, now we're on to the third point. Peaches, and I know that we've talked about this before, but
I'm still genuinely beyond confused about anything to do with Peaches.
no.
Because I literally I didn't do anything. I don't know how anyone could have made anything out of that. Can you please explain to me what other people have told you?
Well, from what people have said in terms of observation, because
Which people? That's what's...
that's the thing, is that we don't even
understand.
We don't even know whether or not we can corroborate it ourselves, because Abigail got word from a few sources that you had done something, you know, acted of some sort of badgeless deputy in that sort of regard. And that's the thing, is that I actually talked to Peaches. I telegrammed her. I asked Rabbit for a telegram, and I followed the trail. Did my own investigation the old way that I used to do it. Got Peaches, met with her outside of Riggs Station one night, and I had a discussion with her. She is loose beyond belief. Like, doesn't know what's going on. She isn't all there anymore. And I did my best to not lead the witness, as I say, you know, in legal terms, and try to get it out of her about what happened that day. She said that she had an episode in the telegram office. Wilkes tried talking to her down. She started getting confused, didn't know what was going on, pulled her gun on him, and the discussion was led outside. As it went outside, you were taking looks from a distance, according to her. Just observing. One point, it looked like you were riding up, but you didn't come too close, and then you rid away. Which is a lot of looking, according to her.
Well, can I explain exactly what I saw and what I knew at the time?
Sure.
I was riding into Blackwater, and as I rode into Blackwater, I heard one gunshot off to my right, and I didn't think anything of it, but then I heard another and another, so I turned around just to go and look and see, and as I moved that direction, I suddenly saw Peaches standing there on the hill. I think she had a gun on Wilkes. I didn't even know exactly for sure who it was, but I immediately turned and I ran into town. I sent a telegram to law, and then I did a lap by the sheriff's office to see if anyone was there. And then I went out by the church even further away than when I'd originally come in to look and see what was happening in case she took him somewhere. I did not try and approach. Any approaching I did was purely of the nature of being confused as to what was going on, and then realising it was a situation I needed to stay away from. Nuts. Like, what are these sources? That's what I don't understand, man. That's just so bizarre.
Purely of the nature of...
I'm sorry, what was the last thing that you heard from me?
Purely of the nature of... observing purely of the nature of...
Any approaching that I did was purely of the nature of being confused about where I was hearing gunshots from, and as soon as I laid eyes on them, I moved away. And when I I moved away, I went to town, I sent an Anon, then I looked by the sheriff's office to see if Law was there. There was not. And then I ran up from behind the church to stay way over there. It was farther away than when I'd originally seen them, just to see if she was going to take him somewhere, so I'd know which way they were going. You've got random, unnamed, unknown sources saying something different.
Yeah. I just think it's a besmirchment, honestly, because that's definitely something that I could just throw out, because I talk with Peaches and I talk with Wilkes, and, you know, it sticks.
I don't understand why that would even...
Well, again, it's a situation where we're at the paper, we take into consideration everything that we have, and now I've gotten to the point that after talking to Gavin Summers, I have a new philosophy right now when it comes to all of this. In the last month or so, about objective and subjective. People here in the crossing are going to spin a yarn to me. They're going to tell me one story that they want to see happen in the paper, so that way everyone in the entire crossing believes it to be as so. Thing of it is that I don't think they know how we operate. 3 points of corroboration, anyone that was involved, first-hand accounts before anything.
Aye.
Now, it is within our jurisprudence, our judgment, to take all that information and come to a decision. What's the story? Sometimes things don't line up, and you have to put the pieces together. Sometimes you have to go and find another point of contact, another point of source, in order to get 3 that fit together. I have 3 that fit together for the Peaches situation, so that's a moot point, as I said before. It's just something where, you know, cross your T's and dot your I's.
I mean, I don't know what
We were misinformed. Pure and simple as that. We were misinformed, and for that, we do apologize. So, that's not knock on you. Did right by that situation.
Someone sent you an anonymous...
Wasn't me. But apparently you guys weren't the only ones in town. But like I said, people twist yarns. People think they saw one thing, so they're going to tell the story as they saw it, whatever they observed. Don't know who it was, but nope. Just another thing, another notch on the belt to ignore. All right, point 4. The draft overlap in the system.
So what did I overlap with someone? That is what I need to know.
Well, most recently that Boone situation.
So can I clarify something about that?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Most of the things that I write about are things that I witnessed personally myself. So when I was down in Saint Denis, I noticed that things were starting to happen. Bailey mentioned something to me about Boone, and so while I was there on the street, I jotted down a note about something happening. Then martial law was declared on town and I left. I didn't actually get any information about the situation. Later I see people upset about the draft, so I bin it. It was not intended to take the story from anyone. It was simply just putting my notes down.
Yeah, I get that. I do it all the time as well, too.
And it was
sometimes
not intended to overlap anything. It wasn't intended to do anything. In fact, I had seen Putbit's article, like her draft there, and I assumed, and I'd been keeping an eye on it, I'd been checking it because I had been checking drafts. I have been. And I figured that it would be an article about the upcoming execution, and then it wasn't touched, and it wasn't touched. I didn't know. So that was the sparse details I filled in about the developing situation before I had to leave town, and I didn't have anything else anymore. Because I saw that Puppet had a draft there regarding that, I figured she'd be covered in that story. I didn't go actively seeking out any information about it from law. It was also probably still a developing situation at the time that they wouldn't be able to speak on anyways.
No.
And if Puppet has said anything about that Guarma article, she screamed at me, accusing me of somehow using my connections within the department to block her from receiving information, which I've never done in any way, shape or form. With the Guarma thing in particular, from what I understand, Rip had decided he was going to tell me about it and planned to. Then I noticed the draft, so when I saw him, I didn't ask him about it because I figured that was being handled. And then Puppet got mad at me for not giving her information that I never had, I never acquired.
Yeah, it was a poor assumption on her part.
That's the best I can understand about what happened there. And when I tried to ask her what was going on, why she was so cross with me, and what her problem was, that was what I was able to get. And I said, why would I try and block you from getting information? And she just straight up accused me, well, because it would benefit you. Pointer, I'm being very honest when I tell you that most of the stories that I've put in the paper are not from tracking down lawmen and getting a story from them, not even from Rip. It's from me directly observing them myself, and then collecting details if there's anything that's fuzzy about it.
Yeah. Very much so. Can I say this? That communication is our downfall in the paper. We need to be better at it. We need to be better at saying what we need to say about things that we're working on. Because it used to not be an issue. You remember, right? Just you, me, Crispin, Kit.
Aye, and I remember way back in the day, there was some overlap with something, I can't remember exactly.
It was me and Crispin. Yeah.
Oh, I had something with Kit too. And so I spoke with her and we had a conversation. We decided to both cover both different angles of the same story or something like that, you know?
Was it the Pronghorn Ranch one, or was it? I can't remember.
I honestly can't remember. It was so long ago. But I didn't have a problem doing that. And no one got cross with each other because they saw notes in the paperwork for something.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It was needless. Like at the moment right now, it's needless competition. And I've spoke briefly with Puppet about it.
And I
she
very
understands.
much seeing Puppet get possessive or something, my instinct was to hands up and back away from it. I don't want that sort of drama. I don't want that sort of conflict. If she's that desperate for something, I would want to just let her have it because it's not worth the drama, but the drama kept being forced in my direction and I don't know why. I think it's because she thinks I'm somehow maliciously undermining her with the department, which is... I wouldn't do something like that. That's not who I am.
Yeah. I guess going along with that, my fifth point. What did transpire with that conversation between you and Puppet at Rig Station after you had been fired?
I didn't know that I'd been fired at that moment. I was going towards Strawberry and thought I'd stop at Rig Station and check my telegrams. I saw her and I earnestly asked, can you explain to me what your problem is? And she turned around yelling at me, well, what's your problem? And I was very taken aback. I said, I'm trying to understand what your problem is with me. What is the issue? And she just started ranting and going on about stuff. And I tried to ask her, you know, can we go back? Is this about the Gorma thing? And she said, aye, and she was being very sarcastic and accusatory about me using, just like what I said, using my connections in the department to somehow block her from stories, and I tried to get her to clarify exactly what she meant with that. And I said I didn't have the story, so I didn't have notes for you, so I couldn't share them with you, and that is what I told you. And she just kept bringing it back in a circle, and I don't know what to do with that. She wouldn't believe a word I said. And she just wanted to scream at me.
But she did raise her voice at you.
Oh, aye. And I ended up yelling back. Absolutely. And I didn't see the telegram from Abigail until I got to Strawberry.
All right.
I was genuinely trying to figure out what was going on. And that's why I started speaking to her.
Which you are entitled to legitimize and speaking with her about that sort of issue. So, because that's the thing, is that we do need our riders to talk to each other, to collaborate to a certain extent.
I just felt like she wanted me to write her articles for her or something. I'm not sure. Very weird situation.
Yeah. You know my thoughts on all of it?
What?
Overall, major concern is the simple fact that if presented with a concern, immediate reaction is a defense mechanism with you. Reason why you were fired. No, it's okay.
You realize that in Blackwater we were in a public place and I was essentially told to sit down and shut up. Well, baseless accusations were leveled at me in the street, Coiner. I left so I wouldn't say something I would regret.
And I get that.
I was presented with falsehoods and told to keep my mouth shut and accept them as fact.
We were willing to hear what you had to say in that moment, but everything escalated to a degree that was unsalvageable. What I'm hoping going forward is that there's an opportunity for all parties to listen and take in the objective sensibility of professional civil discourse and reconsider ideas of behavior. Not to dig people's feet in, deny culpability, expect others to change their mind. Abigail, Constance, and myself want the best for you and the rest of the newspaper staff.
I'm sorry, can you say what you're saying? Are you accusing me of doing something here, or
Not accusing you of anything. I'm just talking my mind.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I'm trying to be as direct and surgical about what's being discussed as possible.
Sure? Yeah. I'm not accusing you of anything, alright? I'm just speaking my mind. That's all I'm doing. Now, you work the crime beat mostly, not the city beat.
Aye.
And that's fine. You do adverts and you pick up a considerable amount, and it's impressively done. Your diligence and your talent is not overlooked. I want you to know that. But how you deal with the concerns about others in your group, in your retinue,
What do you mean?
you say you throw your hands up, that you don't want to step on anyone's toes when it comes to the drafts and such, as an example.
Aye,
right?
that's correct. Is there an example where I haven't done that?
No, there's an example, but there isn't a paper trail. You didn't leave any notes or anything like that. You didn't say anything in, say for example,
I did.
Caroline's draft.
I got a telegram. I said, I was very certain I left a note on her draft saying I don't have anything. I didn't see anything. So I don't have anything. What more am I supposed to do, Coiner? If I'm communicating and people aren't accepting that because they don't like the answer, what am I supposed to do?
Look.
You have no idea how distraught I am about this because it's the fingers are all pointing at me when I haven't actually done anything.
I never said I was pointing a finger at you. I'm pointing a finger at her too. All right? Does that make you feel better that I'm pointing a finger at Poppet as well too?
I'm just.
There's a dysfunction in my organization. All right? And I'm trying to fix it. All right? You're not infallible here, Saffron.
I'm trying
Neither
to say
is she.
Is I'm genuinely willing to believe and accept that people have just made mistakes and gross misunderstandings that have somehow blown up.
Yeah.
And that
So
they're
am I.
not doing something maliciously.
As am I. But I'm talking to you, all right? And I'm just talking my mind right now, all right? I am not accusing you of anything. I am laying out a concern that I have to you, all right? You're welcome to defend yourself, and that's fine, and I'm here to listen to you. Defend yourself, all right? And that's what I'm doing right now.
Aye.
But they're here, your team, as well as I am, to be here for your assistance and guidance. That's our purpose. Even your superiors, moreover. Abigail does genuinely want the best for you. I want to see you back on the paper. Constance just wants everyone to play nice. You have an innate independence. It's part of your personality. I see that, and I've known you as that for the longest time. You work well on your own.
I'm not
I just don't...
unwilling to work with others, but
I
the
know.
opportunities don't always or even often present themselves.
True. I just don't want that to be your foible as well as your strength. I just hope you understand that you're not immune to criticism, nor are you infallible.
I've never said that I'm infallible. But if I'm dragged in front of everyone in the middle of the street and told this is how it is and you keep your mouth shut, then no one's exactly meeting me halfway either, are they?
No.
Not being told that I'm not a team player and that I don't work with others when literally earlier I had been speaking with Abigail one-on-one in the telegram office and several jobs came through and I saw one and I jumped on it, said hey, I'll take care of that, and then I said I'll give others a chance to pick the other one because I didn't want to be seen as taking everything. And then Abigail said to me, if no one takes it within the next 5 minutes, go ahead and pick it up, and so I did. I don't... What am I supposed to be doing? If I can't give... If me not working as a team is not giving people information that I don't have...
No, that is a misunderstanding on everyone's part. So you're free of that.
I'm
All right.
'cause I've
So you can
never-
let that go. You can let that go. That's something I'll talk to the team about. We have a staff meeting on Sunday, and I'll take care of that. All right.
Okay.
Just know that no one's infallible. And I've been realizing this with this idea that I have in my head of objectivity and subjectivity. People think that they're immune to consequence.
Never
And that's
actually-
a bleeding generalization I'm making right now. Not on you, just in general. And it's fully and completely irked me to no quantitative degree. What we hope for is just, if anyone works for us and a mistake is made, point it out. Hopefully it's met with the idea of civil discourse, discussion.
That's what I would hope as well, but and when I'd had the issue with that one article that was edited with Abigail, I discussed it civilly with her right then and there.
Again, generally speaking, not on you. I just feel like the crossing lacks humility.
Maynard, you'd spoken to me a few days before then, and I was willing to hear anything that had to be said.
I know.
And come up with any answer for anything. And the way Abigail presented it was, these issues should have been discussed. Like, and I'm not saying I'm infallible. I fully agree that me storming off in Blackwater was bad. But at the same time, there wasn't any better option for me in that moment. With how things were going down. And in my mind at the time, it was the greatest respect I could give to the other people there, that I wouldn't blow up and say something that I didn't mean out of anger.
Not saying that it'll happen ever again, but if something situationally occurs like that, and I'm there, you pull me aside. If I'm not there, you walk away and you say, I need to send a telegram to Coiner right now.
I can do that.
If you have an issue with a fellow rider, bring it up to me only, and we're gonna quell it with a mediated meeting. That's how it works.
And that's, I never really had an issue with any writers. I was content to let Puppet do whatever she was doing, and when you asked about that stuff, I gave you the telegram that she sent me, being accusatory about trying to sweep the story.
I know. I took it into account. At the end of the day, the aim is to be the voice of the West and beyond. We tell stories, we present the facts as they are, as we gather them. I'm damned if we don't up to the consequences of our own actions, because I'm burying myself with this whole Gavin Summers thing. And I'm gonna keep on doing it, just because I have to. And all through that, we have to keep a transparency and disclosure to the reading public, and it's gonna be the most difficult thing to play that line.
What do you mean?
We are the most upfront organization here in the Carlson. Rangers have their secrets. Medics have the patient confidentiality. Law has a confidentiality to keep us safe, for the most part. Transit Authority just gets guns. I don't really have a way of explaining them, but us, we are the ones that tell the truth, always. And that's what we have to do. The only secrets that we keep are the stories that don't publish, our sources, the identity of our writers, for their protection. Of which me on the editorial board as well as Abigail
We're
will
not
take to
gonna
the
push
fucking
for that,
grave if
though,
we have to.
Because that would make Saffron look petty if she wanted others to be reprimanded, even though
Going
she's been
forward,
punished
I
for
just
2
hope
solid weeks. Yeah.
that you're going to do your best to de-escalate situations should you get back to the paper. Read the drafts and communicate as best you can in the actual dialogue that's happening underneath the actual story, much as you can, or in the bulletin boards.
I mean, of course. And I was. I mean, you've seen the notes I've left in the office. I've always tried to be very communicative.
Mm-hmm. See, the thing of it is that between the correspondences that Abigail and I have sent to each other, as well as with Constance, all those main points, those 5 points that we had about editing a draft or editing an article that was already published,
Like that was that
the
one,
draft
one
overlap.
time that I recognized.
Yeah, so
that was the one time that I recognized was wrong, and had been discussed. There was no draft overlap. I thought we clarified there was no draft overlap.
I know, I'm just generalizing these points that we had. So all those 5 points with James Kelly Peaches, those draft overlaps, talking with Poppet at Riggs Station and, you know, editing an article that was already in there. All of those, I guess now to a certain extent, are a moot point because the way that we saw it, the editorial team, was that those are all easily corrected. Those are all easily dealt with. Blackwater was what got you fired. I hated doing that. But we had to take it into account. Hell, Crispin's literally 2 shakes away from getting fired as well, too, if he doesn't show up to the goddamn meeting this fucking Sunday.
The way Abigail handled that was considered acceptable by the newspaper standards.
I'd have to say 60% in my eyes. I'm behind her on her decision, but at the same time, the presentation was a little rough. Execution was not how I would have done it. But I'm a different sort of take than her, so. But also, what she says goes.
I would have never done that to another person.
No, it was a hard decision. Try my best to separate professional and personal. And Saf, you're always going to be a friend of me. Always. No matter what you go through and no matter what you do. I'll always support you as Jonathan. But as Coiner...
Speaking professionally, to drop an unspoken list of grievances, present them as immutable fact, and shout them out in front of everyone in a public place, as opposed to bringing them before the person with which they are at issue privately. That does not strike me as being professional in any way, shape, or form. That comes as, this is the tribunal, I've already decided that you've done wrong and now you're going to face a punishment for it. And everyone's going to know. Especially with stuff that had already been worked through and discussed and come to a mutual agreement on. I don't know how I can ever defend myself or feel like I'm on the right path if something I've done wrong in the past and agreed was wrong and taken steps to correct is brought up against me as if it's something that I just did the other day and had no regrets about. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in that sort of situation.
Right. Really, all I wanted out of this chat was to get your account and your feelings on things. I'm going to present it to the editorial board and have a discussion with them. Because I want you back.
But Abigail's decision is going to be...
Part of it. And the thing of it is that...
showing clear bias and...
Well...
for some reason is against me. I don't even know.
In terms of bias, I'm not going to accuse her of that, but what I will have to say is that she has her facts and I have mine now. And so, it's just a presentation of the facts and putting the pieces together the same way we would construct a story for the paper. Now, as 450 characters are extremely limiting, we still do the work, because as soon as we get limitations lifted, we can write as much as we want to, or to a newer limit, as a little bit more forgiving, then the story becomes a lot more harder to construct. And this is a long story. So, in collaboration with the rest of the editorial department, we're going to look at the story. Together, we're going to come to a decision. Just know that I'm in your corner. I care about you, Saffron, I do. And I want this over and done with, and I want you working for the paper because you have a talent beyond any other. You're one of our best writers, if not the best. And I appreciate all the hard work that you've done for us. You have the capability of being both a true storyteller and a fact finder, and someone that I can rely to really get down to the nitty-gritty of a certain situation. And I want that back. The only way that's going to happen, certain things change. And I'm not saying only with you, with the organization as a whole. You're not the kink in the chain.
All I can say is I'll always be honest in situations, and I have built my life and reputation here in the crossing on honesty. If I don't have that, I have nothing.
I understand. Get it sorted.
If this is
I'll let you know.
a good place to stop, I think my horse is having problems and I need to go take care of it right away.
Alright. Well, I appreciate having this talk with you, Saffron, I really do. And again, we'll figure it out, alright?
If you need to find me, I'm always available by telegram, and I'm staying up with PE most days.
Okay.
What's your experience with Bear John?
He's been by a few times, but
He abducted Joey. And Eleanor.
I haven't seen him for over a week.
He is also Elias Boone's nephew.
I did hear that.
Can you pass this information on to Hyro and the rest?
I'll let him know.
Okay.
Okay, I have to go take care of the horse.
Yeah.
Okay, my dogs are downstairs having issues. I'm just gonna be back. Whoops. Okay. I'm back. Oh, listen to that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. let's see if Amelie's still here. We can ask her more about the Bear John stuff. So Bear John is now with Boone's Boys? So he's... Okay. Okay. Sorry, I grabbed a can of peaches. Doggies are being naughty downstairs. When I said I had to deal with my horse real quick, it was really horse dog. Cinder the horse dog. That's you. That's you, the evil horse dog. Okay, that's a funny thing about Cinder, though. So, almost ever since I got her, the family has been calling her the horse. Not just because she's bigger than the other dogs. You know, she's only almost 30 pounds. But because the way she runs around, which is just at a gallop all the time. But something else is really interesting. So, she has a scent about her. Like, if you put your face in her fur, she has a smell. And the smell isn't a bad smell, but it's not a dog smell either. She literally smells like a horse. Like that earthy fur coat and hay kind of scent. And then most of the time I have a collar on her with a brass chain on it. And brass has its own sort of scent. And that just adds to it's a horse smell. It's very interesting. So I just asked a bunch of people in a international Poolie dog Facebook group what their dogs smelled like, and a lot of the responses were, she smells like hay, or I bought some bear skin to do fly tying and my dog smells exactly like that. And so like I have a squirrel skin that I tanned, she smells like that. And when we had those baby squirrels that we were raising, no joke, they smelled like horses. Just this earthy, like, fur coat kind of smell. You know, extremely pleasant scent, in my opinion. It's nothing that, you know, like, if you touch her and stuff, that smell doesn't, like, linger on your hands or anything like that. It's just, I don't know. It's just, you know what a dog smells like? She doesn't smell like that. She hasn't smelled like that since she was a baby and I first got her. And then she stopped smelling like that after I was feeding her grain-free for a few weeks. Oh. Refuse to give up, even if it's only in spite. Live despite those who seek to keep you beneath a heel. Stand unshaken amidst the clash of worlds. And I will stand unshaken amidst the clash of worlds. I bet he was just sitting up there in the mountains. Yeah, so if you guys didn't know, Hyro, River, and Saffron had some just chat last night. She actually slept up at Tapawaa last night. But he's exactly who I wanted to talk to. Hey Planet, good morning. You might be here just in time for some WildRP. Yeah, she was regurgitating, you know, troubled mind stuff with him. So, just the kind of stuff you guys want her to do, I guess. Ashley, what do you have? You better not be de-stuffing that donut already. I just got it. Ashu, does that have a hole in it? It's donut. Have any hole you made? You did good, boo. Okay, carry on. No, I did not. Because it was very sporadic. Like, it was a lot of just sitting in silence. Sorry. I'm sorry, I have a hard time streaming that kind of stuff. Like, I didn't even really want to stream that conversation with Quainer. He might bring some stuff out. Say what? And we all need that conversation with Quainer. Yeah, that's why I decided to stream it, so that you guys could have some closure with it, too, okay? Yeah, it's very uncomfortable, especially because it's like there's some serious concerns there with just like getting like that peaches thing. Like what is what? Watch out for those anon sources of the paper, yo. Yeah, no, like, it's bizarre to me. I won't be able to find Amelie. Hey, Callie Cakes. Thanks for the raid. I know, like, who would say that and why? It's so weird. It's just so, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like, that should be a red flag. Paper getting an anon about vigilantes and not the law getting an anon about the vigil. Yeah, right? It's like, well, you know, when we mentioned it to Weller, right? The first thing Weller said was, let me guess, another reporter got jealous about you getting those stories, and that's what's going on. You should only get professional trouble with a vigilante charge. No, I agree. That's what it's like. Well, I wasn't charged with vigilantism because it wasn't vigilantism. And that doesn't even count all the times that, I mean, it was several weeks before and afterwards that James Kelly, every time he wasn't wanted, was hanging around the telegram office and interjecting himself into every conversation, just constantly trolling Saffron and others with stupid statements and questions and, you know, just generally harassing. For weeks. And never once during all that did Saffron quote-unquote escalate it to there being shots fired. No, James Kelly was there specifically to target Rip at that time. I'm just saying, we've had to shoot at him professionally enough times to kind of know when he's doing stupid stuff like that. And I still believe, especially with them knowing all the emotional trauma Seth has, that her walking away from that conversation was the right move. Abby was also in the wrong there and it needed space. Yeah, that to me is wild, is that they would think that that wasn't okay to handle anything professionally. Because I am paraphrasing here, but it was, you know, shut up and sit on your hands. I'm gonna tell you how it is, and end of story. About that, you've told Coiner you did not shoot first. That's technically not true. Are you sure? All I know is Kelly was attacking. Yeah, that might be the case, but he was, I mean, he was attacking in that moment. And we shot to try and prevent exactly what was happening, which was that he was, you know, going for the cheap shot and fanning.
Oh.
Oh.
Howdy.
Hi, Heidi.
I just sent you a telegram.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Alright. Just got into town. I just finished having a conversation with Coiner.
How'd it go?
I didn't come yet. He has to take it back to the editors. I want to say it went well, but at the same time I don't want to allow myself to believe that.
Gotcha. Would you like to write up?
Sure. I was gonna go up and try and see if Onohiro River telegram me.
I saw him down here earlier.
But that was over an hour ago.
We were talking about this weekend, if you'd be interested in that little hunting trip.
Why, perhaps. I just wanted to see him. Apparently, you know who Bear John is?
Yes.
Apparently he apparently he helped abduct Joy Crawford and Eleanor. And he had been hanging up around with Petey, so I went to talk to Hiro about that.
And we should probably move up there quick. I know he's laying his head down early tonight.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm happy to see you as well.
I'm sorry. I'll let you take the reins.
Oh.
That's fine. I'm fine. What?
I'm confused why you tripped over there.
I was trying not to pull you off the horse, Rip.
Oh, that would have been the cherry on the pie right there.
You're welcome.
I did not expect today to go like it did.
What do you mean?
I slept in. I wasn't feeling well earlier, and I decided to get up and do a little bit of paperwork in Strawberry. Seemed Rabbit had the same idea, so we were just going over little odds and ends here and there. Before we know it, we hear a little scuffle happening outside, and lo and behold, Boone's boys kidnapping Joey and Eleanor.
So now Bear John, nephew to Boone, is working with Boone's boys.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Does everyone just have vengeful nephews show up in the crossing once they die?
I'm kind of over it. I just...
Oh, you did bad to my uncle. I'm his nephew. You did bad to my uncle, and I'm his nephew. You did bad to my uncle. Yeah.
It's just on and on and on and fucking tiring. Do I have to kill off 20 generations just for the fucking last person to be like, you know what? I'm not gonna fuck with you. My uncles were idiots. Have a nice day. Is that what it takes?
I don't understand.
I'm gonna be 70 years old in a rocking chair. I'm gonna have some youngster come.
You dishonored my great uncle.
Like, fuck off.
Don't think that's how greats work. Ah. There's a lot. Should try top water first.
I saw Lark at the Telegram in Valentine. She said, I'm not quoting or such, but basically to grab you and grab her and go out.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter what, just, you know, catch up.
We take the wrong turn. Aye.
Yeah.
I did this the other day. Oof.
Apparently there is a way to go down the cliff edge safely on one of the sides. It takes you. No, I'm not doing that right now. I'm just. It's been brought up to me. It takes you to the northern side of the camp.
What you doing, dog breath? What you doing, dog breath? Cutest pootie ever.
I'm pretty sure you can have a great uncle.
No, but I think you rattled off about 30 greats. That's all I meant. Oh, good.
Rana.
That looks like one of his horses, I think he's over by the fair.
Yeah, come here.
Huh?
I'm really glad to see you today.
I am glad to see you too.
Glad to see you're up and about and feeling a bit better from the looks of it.
I'm not really. I feel downright ill, to be honest. Ron is very engrossed in her writing right there.
Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore anyone.
No, you're fine.
No.
You're
Howdy.
fine, Rana.
You come.
I know. I'm trying to limp my way over to something.
In equal parts a beauty and a curse to have all these here to sit upon.
Aye. So I just learned something, River, that I'm gonna ask you about.
That sounds worrisome.
It is. Has Bear John been coming up to Wapiti and stuff a lot lately? I know he was a few weeks ago.
I haven't seen him as of late.
The last time I saw him was when I got robbed by Boone's boys in Strawberry.
Was he
I
with
said,
them
those
at
are
the
the...
time?
No. He was at the general store. I said, that's the man that your uncle used to run with right there. They've done a great disservice and a rather terse method to me and my own. I don't think that's something you should be associating yourself with. He said, no, I don't intend to.
Well, fortunately, from all appearances, it seems like he was involved in, and from what I've heard, he was involved in the abducting of Joey Crawford and Eleanor Moon earlier today.
Did Joey Crawford just come out of being abducted recently, Rip?
That's what I've heard.
Multiple times.
Yeah, I heard about something with him and James.
Anyway, Amelie wanted me to let you know about that. In case he's still up here a lot.
I'll pass on the word to Wapiti. He frequents there more often than here, but if he associates with these people, he'll have no welcome with us.
That's what I figured.
Those people have... the one with a very breathy, thick drawl, wears a full face covering. Ryder, I believe his name is. He's threatened to drag my whole tribe through the streets just because, I don't know, he didn't care for the tone of voice to which I spoke to him.
Wonderful people.
Yes. When he came to the crossing, he didn't even know his uncle was dead, the spare John. I'm the one that broke the news to him through an article in the paper. And I said, by all accounts that I know of this man and what he became, it was a deserved execution. He said, that's saddening to me, but I didn't know my uncle that well. And I don't think that's something I wish to do. So something's either changed, or perhaps they leaned on that relation to leverage him. I don't know.
It's very possible.
I don't know Bear John that well.
Neither do I, but...
I'm sorry I can't offer you more, that's all I know of him.
No, I wasn't even really looking for information. I was asked to pass that on and figured it would be good for the tribes to be aware.
Well, to your end then, Rip. Thin face, round tip of the nose, long black hair, woolen hat usually. Sometimes wears a waist-length buckskin colored jacket.
He speaks with a more native cadence, too.
Yes, he has the tempo, but he has that, I met Old Man Boone once. I can definitely tell there's a family resemblance in some respects.
He's got, it's like he has that tempo, but not quite the same accent. It's a
the
different...
way he speaks is a little different, but it's higher up and nasally.
Something along those lines.
About right. But that's really all I could offer you. That's all I really know. I've tried to sway him away from that path through what passing conversations I've had.
Aye.
I said hello, I'm just gonna say goodnight.
Why do you run
Oh, happy wash day, Rana.
I'm not gonna try to say it, I'm gonna embarrass myself if I do.
Wait,
it's just a soft...
happy wash day?
Han, happy wash day.
So if you write it out, it's H-A, but there is an N, but it's got a droopy second leg. It's a way of writing Lakota. It modifies the vowel, so it's more like saying ha rather than saying han. So it's ha, happy wash day. It's like saying good
happy
night.
wash day.
Ha, happy wash day.
Ha, happy wash day.
Yes.
Right.
And saying ampe tu wash day is like saying good day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I pray for dreamless sleep for you, Rana.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Dreamless sleep would definitely be the ideal.
I wish the same on Rabbit earlier.
What do you want, Pete?
Well, I thank you very much for this. This is important to know. I will write to the chiefs of Opedi as soon as I am able.
Aye, of course.
Association with those people, Maverick Stone amongst them. I know Danajila has no love for those people. They're also the Heartlands mob, yes?
As far as I understand, aye. I think most people just call him Bones Blaze now.
The burned man, Varik, he rides with them, yes? Yeah, last interaction I had with him, he was given great unwelcome by the people of Wapiti, so there should be nothing given to him around these places.
Bones Blaze are also associating themselves with J-Bass.
Great.
Because when
it's
I
like
was...
swallowing a rotten bite of food and finding bile halfway down.
Because when Cash and Weller were attacked in Blackwater, that was two Bones Boys, J-Bass and this blonde-haired lass named Josie, who runs with him and with CD, Turtles Divine. Because she was outside the sheriff's office and Valentine making threats with CD just the other night when I was getting medical help after they'd shot me.
James Kelly tried to stop the execution of Boone. Boone's boys were his gang. J-Bass rode with Sam Bass. 3 individual gangs have now conglomerated, dregs of them, into one. Were they on good terms?
Boy, I don't know, but that sure seems to be the way of things.
It sounds like a lot of conflict of interest. To me, at least.
No, I'm not sure. I know that before Kelly disappeared, he was certainly riding with J-Bass multiple times.
It's strange. Motivate 3 disparate groups to ride with one another like that, I wonder.
Well, I will say that every single time I saw James was pretty much whenever he wasn't wanted, he would linger about in Blackwater and harass the citizens there, especially the reporters and anyone who, you know, it was their job to sort of be in the area.
You know
I
what?
think
I'm
that
stupid.
he rides with people just because he's bored.
No. James Kelly was the right hand of Billy Joe Barber when he, him, and Elias Boone ran
They
Emerald
were
Ranch back in the day.
down at Emerald, and before that down in the desert, I think. Or at some point there was the saloon down in the desert. They were all together.
So that explains that patch of the quilt.
But at the same time, he hadn't been associated with Boone for so long. It's literally... I'm very convinced, in fact, I know for a fact with some people that they are absolutely looking for excuses to go out and hurt other people. All they want is an excuse because they lust for blood that much. Thorne admitted this to me herself.
That sounds like... It sounds like a lot of the rabid dogs have lost their handlers and now they have nothing to do but stick with one another because they have nothing else they can commiserate with.
Aye, that would probably be it.
But that makes them weak. That doesn't buy loyalty, a lust for blood. As far as I've seen it in the past, at least as far as I've experienced it, when the motivator starts to dry up, they get hungry. They start turning at each other's necks, you know? That's what happened with my father's company back in the day. Money dried up once he died. Couldn't get jobs as easily. It was his name on the badge that we would carry around with the authority of our arrest warrants. And as soon as that was gone, money dried up, everybody started picking at one another like a scab until we just started fighting and going separate ways. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes that way for them soon. Sorry, I'm guessing you didn't come here to speculate on the nature of gang structure with me.
No, you're perfectly fine.
You're preaching to the choir. Majority of them are all fragile children.
Sounds about right to me. So what does bring you up here, apart from passing on information, I'm sure?
I mean, it's always nice to speak to you. But that was mainly it. I wanted to catch you. Because I got the telegram from you and I figured that you would probably be up here after the time that had passed.
Yes, I'm here on a rather limited frame of awakenedness. Just sort of keeping an eye about in the hours that I can before I'm just going to spend the entire day taking care of the camp so everybody else can go out and do things.
Rip, did you mention something about hunting trip over the weekend?
It's true.
I am sure we can do something like that.
I've heard about people baiting real monster of grizzly bears out in tall trees if you want to take a look at it.
We could, but at the same time, we're hearing about these grizzlies that take 14 shots and they don't go down.
Oh, that's true. Though I've found a very sturdy, steady method to take care of it.
Aye.
Don't get discovered. If you give the creature the chance to perceive you and react, that's when it starts to prepare itself and really get itself going.
With the baiting, though.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't help. Last night we were out in tall trees baiting with carnivores bait. There was several attempted assaults by about 5 coyotes at once.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
I don't mean to presume anything, but look behind you, Rip. Look past him, Saffron. Do you see that?
Is that a bird? Is that an eagle walking behind him?
That is an eagle.
He's just
It
walking
nests
through
up
the
here in the
camp.
mountains. Oh, yes. I'm wondering if there's a creature that
Has
may have gotten
died
caught
right
somewhere.
there. Maybe. I bet he's looking for a rat or something.
Well, hopefully no rats. I would hope not.
I did
Maybe
see
a
some
rabbit.
squirrels.
That's
And a rabbit.
That's a good bet.
Oh,
That's a
aye.
very good omen.
I bet one of the
That's a good
people
thing.
riding through here kicked a rabbit. Very likely. And now he's found himself a free meal.
For them to be at rest here, though, that's more than just seeing them pass overhead as a good omen. That is a sign of very, very good tidings. He's just walking over there past the teepee now, up the stones by the wigwam.
That reminds me. It was years and years and years ago. Well, when I say that, I mean like 6 or 7. The place I was in, there was this horrifying gang. And they abducted about 7 people. So that they could rob a bank in town. And all the law who showed up to handle the situation weren't sure to do with an issue of that proportion. And these people, they said, well, we'll let them go somewhere else, but none of you follow us. It essentially held the entire town at gunpoint, made everyone line up on the sidewalk outside of the bank. And so the law let them leave with 6 hostages. And they took us up to a valley, much like Big Valley. And they lined us all up, kneeling, facing away. And then they started trying to kill us. Firing guns, throwing knives. I tried to run for it and caught a few bullets and went down. And they threw me down with everyone else. Patched us up. Sick monsters. And as I was laying there, full of pain and unable to move and waiting for help to come. Well over an hour. This great big golden eagle came down and he just sat on my feet. The entire time. He didn't peck at me or pick at me, he just sat there. And when Loa finally caught up to where we were, he flew off. In the moment, though, I found him comforting. He was something to focus on other than the pain and the fear. A quiet presence.
Stern, but watchful. Like a father you don't really understand. At least as far as I feel it.
Big hero. Like I said, we've had it better on this server, believe it or not.
Did you have any luck with that rustler, Rip?
I believe they caught him.
Yeah, so a serial offender, it seems.
Because I think it was Shaw. He mentioned me. He says, that is the first rustler I've successfully caught.
That was earlier. There's been multiple instances since.
Really? I think then I mentioned, I'm like, well, I caught Billy Joe Barber red-handed once. And then Shaw started going off, oh no, I actually caught Sam Bass when he first came in the crossing. And I said, oh yeah, I do remember that. But he was playing it off like he was working for Billy Joe Barber at Emerald Ranch. But no one really believed that. Was back he was being a creep at Briar, trying to get her to go off alone with him somewhere.
Back, way back. I was at the telegram station when I heard just like, off to the side across the road. I saw this woman in a bright purple shirt going about the process of roping and hustling a sheep with a knife. And I went over and I leaned on the fence and I said, you realize that's illegal, right? She just put up a big innocent act. Her name was Kira. She was the first girl on the crossing I ever took a fancy to. Up and disappeared one day, mind you, but it led to an interesting series of events in which I taught her good tools that she could use to hunt. That was ages ago, though. Ages and ages. I was head ranger then.
So it was ages and ages ago that you were head ranger, and when we met, you were talking about how you might join the Rangers.
Shh.
What?
The less we know, the better we sleep. Okay, how about this? My hair was dark then.
Was it? Oh boy.
I'm hoping this isn't becoming a trend, with Bear John being the nephew of Boone, going into a life of crime, and then Jay Bass being the nephew of Sam Bass, and
Rip's falling over there because we had this conversation on the way up.
Being the nephew of Jay Bass, and then CD has a brood of nieces and nephews, because he's very lonely himself, but apparently his sister gets around or something like that. Is that cruel?
I'm getting DM'd. Rip.
Well.
Where do you go?
Well.
Get him.
Wake up, you mismatched ginger.
It's not ginger.
Your face says you're the night, but your head says you're the fire. Pick one.
Your face says you're the night.
See,
but
now
your
you
head
can't
says
complain
you're
that
the
I don't do
fire.
it when he's
What?
that I do it when he's not here. I feel like a whipping across the chest from a lasso would be cruel, though. Okay, okay, listen, I don't need to know whether or not you know that he can deal with that.
What do you mean?
Don't worry about it. The less I know, the better I sleep.
I just mean that he's dramatic is all. He regularly... I discuss something he's not too interested in, he'll just collapse and smash his face on the railing of a balcony. And that's all of his own accord.
So, let's say... Oh my god.
What?
The unhung nephews.
The unhung nephews?
The nephew of the nephew, and the nephew of another.
I don't want this reality.
Neither do I. That's a horrible thing to even consider.
You're the one speaking it into the world.
I know, which means it could happen. I'm thinking...
I can hear an eagle chirping. They're gonna come down and start trying to eat his eyes.
I can't whistle convincingly enough to sound like an eagle, and I won't even dare to make the sound with just my throat.
That's pretty much.
That's an eagle.
Aye, they sound like extra squeaky seagulls. Aye. Uh-huh. It's the hawks that do the screech. Those eagles do seagull chirps.
Well, no, the eagle goes like a ee-yah.
I've never heard them make that sound. I heard one calling up in a tree though, and it was as expected.
Well, actually, now I do hear the chattering of an eagle.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been hearing a lot of ravens about the village lately. Actually, I hear like 3 or 4. Behind me, up towards White Mountain, off towards O'Crease.
They like to croak.
I can actually do a pretty good raven. The problem is, though, whenever I start to mimic a raven, I end up being like, If I ever let my lips connect, it just sounds in such a way that I don't even like it.
That just sounds like someone whose name would be Frank to me.
Strange this man would be.
Impression great that is.
Do you think Rip's tired?
I think he's tired of a lot of things, and that's why he's laying there.
I mean, earlier he did say, I'm still getting used to waking up this early. Okay, alright.
It's early.
Yeah, it's early.
I woke up late.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. I'm getting used to waking up this
It's
time.
like 5 hours late.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Don't worry, it's all coming together.
You two are beyond ridiculous.
Right.
Rip, I want to hear your best impression of River.
Oh god. Now this is interesting. or an eagle. You have Saffron to match for that one.
I can hear the disapproval in your tone, River.
I mean, it was amusing. I'll give it that.
Listen, I can't make my voice make the high-pitched squeaks that they do. It's like you've got a really squeaky toy and you're just yanking it back and forth repeatedly. That's the sound that they make.
But your first choice was...
That's the best I could do.
Right.
Can't help it that my vocal cords don't do better than that.
I mean, I suppose it's true. You are not, in fact, an eagle.
Precisely.
That does pose an interesting question. What the hell are you?
What do you mean by that?
Well, Lumpy rolls around over there is a bee.
A bee?
Yes.
How so?
They're representations, spiritually at least, of efficiency, commitment to tasks, but also overcommitment to a task to the point of obsession.
Wasn't it Kosi? It was... Place?
Oh, a bee in a thorny field.
I'm sorry, what?
A bee in a thorny field.
That was correct on the pronunciation, right?
Yeah, you're pretty close. Close enough, at least. I understand what you're trying to say.
The only thing anyone said to me was, I think it was Nkosi who told me I had the spirit of a coyote.
Oh, that just means you were fucking about.
I wasn't doing anything. In fact, I was being told to speak with a native cadence to my voice.
You have the spirit of the coyote. Nkosi.
And then getting teased terribly.
I mean, it's not so difficult sometimes. I don't have such a hard inflection, but when I'm around enough people of the tribes, I do tend to change the way that I speak. Just that way I can sort of match in with them as I go.
Well, that's how everyone is, though. If I'm ever around other Scots, it gets ridiculous. It's only people who can normally understand me can't anymore.
Then it can.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, aye.
No.
All right, Rip.
Hi.
I don't go hi.
Hi.
It's like you're gurgling on a... I don't even know.
On a what? On a what, Rip? Finish.
I don't
finish
even
your
know.
thought.
What would be the...
gargling on over there, Rip? What's in her mouth? That would be...
No, I'm not saying her.
Throat,
I'm saying Scots. And, you know.
But I don't make those sounds. Why does it sound like you've grown a full coat of hair?
Young boy.
Chewbacca. Rip, do we need to go see a doctor? I mean, actually, I was probably supposed to see one tonight, but they don't reach out to me, so I figured I can get away with it.
You know, that's not how it works, right?
Right.
River gets it.
Hey. Rip, I think those sounds you were making would go much better if you were wearing your bison jacket.
I can't easily get changed around here.
Not my problem.
We can head on down to Wapiti if you need to.
Can I there?
Then it can.
It's up to all of you. And
I mean,
No,
I'm
don't need-
not.
no.
I'm more or less rooted here. I'm meant to be retiring quite soon.
Oh,
but,
that's fine. Don't let us keep
all
you
the
up.
same.
Although
I'm enjoying the conversation.
I was gonna say, I'm Not really conversation. You both are making sounds back and forth.
Oh, you should hear what it's like when it's me, Charlie, and Sakala. We've been practicing actively making bird calls. So that way we can communicate in the forest without using word.
Who was it who made who snarled at me like a wildcat in the woods?
Wow. That was Keanu. He's good at this.
You actually, I'm very glad I didn't have my gun, at the ready, because...
Wait a minute, no, you told me about this. Who was it?
That gave me quite a start.
In equal parts Keanu and the witch Snow. She's quite good at this as well.
It wasn't Snow.
No, it was definitely Keanu. Keanu is the most convincing one of everyone I've ever met.
It was pretty convincing. The only thing that I wasn't convinced of was that I've never known them to be around with PE. And my horse was acting like things were normal, and usually it's a horse
Didn't
that
you say
knows.
it happened outside Peregrine Ranch?
No, it happened, between the Butcher and Wapiti Village. The Butcher that's towards Katora Springs. It was.
I thought you told me about someone who had done a cougar sound. It was very convincing.
Someone might have, but I've never heard one as convincing as that one was. Yeah.
I'm wondering, do you know Frontier Foods?
Aye.
Are they in good standing with the law?
I believe
From
so.
my knowledge, yeah.
Ivy, when she was getting ads done through me, was very clear that they even asked for a background check of sorts for new employees because they didn't want to be hiring people who were of ill repute.
Well, that's very good of them then. That ranch that's up in the hills to the west of Wapiti.
Aye.
That's where they operate out of. If you ever need eyes in the north, they might be able to corroborate some things for you, now that I think of it. I don't know why that popped into my mind. I think it's because that person that just rode through here, and I think I saw Ivy in town as well. They looked similar to me.
Funnily enough, we were there earlier.
Come here. You get out of there.
At that,
At the ranch with the stables.
Oh, yes,
it's,
yes.
Nearby Window Rock.
Mm-hmm. It's a wonderful place. I used to live there, actually.
You don't get to have
It
hello
was the
pandas.
first established.
That's so naughty.
I use this with my fingers as a quote established ranger post. Because way back when I was doing this, Saffron was there too. Back when there was, just red hair.
Wait, what?
Oh, don't worry about it.
Wait, no, sorry. When there was what are you talking about?
Way back when I was running the Rangers, one of the first things I actually said about doing when I was the head ranger was sort of quartering up the regional spaces of the crossing and sort of divvying it up between rangers to go about and preside over, which is something they kind of do today still. In fact, I talked with
old and gray-haired.
I never said that.
Mm-hmm. Go on with your story. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yes, don't worry. I can go back if you're feeling hard of hearing. But I digress.
She's almost 30.
I actually sat down with Joey Crawford about a month ago at this point. They're actually using some of my old paperwork even now.
I mean, you were sort of at the grassroots of it all.
Yeah. Yep. Back in those days, there was probably 3 or 4 rangers, and that was about it.
I remember for quite some time it was being recommended to me that I join the Rangers, but I literally couldn't even find them. They were all awake much earlier than I was. So I
you were probably looking when Vincent was running them.
I think so.
That was an interesting time. Vincent was an excellent foil to me as a leader. He was very strict, very militant, but he didn't have much heart. He was very cold, which made him great to stop my bleeding heart. But when I left, I tried to beg the marshals, don't select a new ranger to run the thing yet. None of them are ready. I'm guaranteeing you, if you do, it won't end well. And I blame myself for a lot of this, because I was the first head ranger to ever retire. Everything else before that, every head ranger, received their position upon the death of their predecessor. And every head ranger since then has retired. Also, I'm realizing I'm talking a lot about myself a lot. I'm waxing poetic about the past. I do this a ton. I'm
That's
sorry.
fine. I mean, I don't think that we'd stick around for it if we didn't like it somehow.
Interesting to see how things developed to the way that they are, I suppose.
I mean, history is important.
I mean, back when Vincent was running the Rangers, that's when I believe they got integrated into the federal legislature. I'll be honest, if I had been approached with it back when I was running it, I probably would have fought tooth and nail to disregard it. It was a citizens' organization. I would have liked it to stay that way, but I made my choice. It's not my place to try and sway it one way or another.
Aye.
Ooh, I will take out my Springfield for this hunt going on. This will be nice. I packed it away for the season. It's a bit of an antique even to begin with. I just wanted to be certain it wouldn't get damaged from the weather, but it looks like it's holding up pretty well as long as I keep it oiled.
Nice.
Did you know that those Springfields, the first ones, they were converted from old Cologne, probably late 1700 muskets?
Huh, really?
It does not surprise me.
Yeah, like family muskets. They sawed down the barrels, like some people do shotguns, and they replaced the flintlock in the rear with a trapdoor system.
Huh.
That's why they shoot a bullet that's roughly the size of your fucking thumb.
I suppose that makes sense.
And sometimes take forever to reload.
Oh, please. The trapdoor system is greatly efficient. You don't have to shove a cartridge down the front anymore, please. This is the 20th century, Rip Riley.
In the heat of the moment, though.
I suppose if you're, middling or beginner hunter, maybe. I jest, primarily. But I would contest that I could probably move through as many rounds as I could a bolt action in roughly the same amount of time. They're very quick to reload. You don't have to worry about feeding in more rounds every single time. It's just one that you're putting in.
Aye, true.
By the way, Saffron, have you gotten to see... Rip, if I talk about that cannon you were talking about, it's not ruining anything, is it?
No.
Okay. Have you gotten to see that elephant rifle?
Aye. I was there when he bought it.
Monstrous beast, that thing.
Aye.
That's a musket ball, basically.
Although Sicarla didn't.
Did you bring it up here for some?
And such.
You brought it up here for some recreational shooting?
Tall trees. We shot out at the Aurora.
Very good.
Saffron, do you remember the rumors of a woman with glowing red eyes that lived in the middle of the Aurora Basin?
That blood witch?
I don't think so.
Or is this that one that John of Tall Trees was fighting?
Yes, this is that one. I was thinking while we were going about it, maybe we're encouraging her to stay beneath the waves wherever she is.
I know, I figured something like that was just killed. Because I know John was being quite proactive about fighting the threats in those woods.
Hopefully that's what happened to her. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask him next time I'm out in Tall Trees.
He's still out there?
No, Yes, but beneath the ground.
Oh.
If we go out that way, I'll show you. I still carry a piece of him with me all the time. This, here, it's best shown.
Yeah, he bought the one off Blood.
This was his. Uchuge found him after, apparently a melee of some kind with man-eaters out that way. He was on death's door. This is something that was given to me to hold on, to have him. I don't know if you noticed, there was a time where Uchuge came in during the ceremony. I handed him that knife that way. Strong Spirit, that was his name with the people. He could be in the circle with us.
I see.
He's buried in one of the groves out there, at the foot of one of the stones. There's a little patch of clover that's grown over where we buried him.
I'm sure it's very beautiful. I've always appreciated tall trees for that. Just got a certain darkness there too.
Yeah, still is. Not as bad as it was. It was pretty bad for a while. But even then, towards the end, Strong Spirit was different than he was before. He spoke unkindly when there was no due reason for it. Made cruel insinuations. Spoke down to people. That place changed him. What lives there changed him.
You talked about the it's like a bear spirit. The I can't remember.
Stiff-legged bear.
Stiff-legged bear.
Yakwawiyak. Yeah. I have a few scars across my chest from a bear out there in the forest. It might be still out there. Might be out there to hunt it pretty soon. One of those monsters. Real big piece of work. And a cut across the eye. All kinds of scars showing on the pelt. As far as I could tell, I reckon that was probably something that was touched by that spirit. Hungry spirit. Not too dissimilar from the one that inspires man-eaters, but to the hearts of animals instead.
Goodness. Of course a storm like this has to come up.
Why wouldn't it? Soon it'll start sleeting. Lightning will come to the ground and snap freeze. We'll just have a lightning bolt frozen to the earth here.
Oh, that's very dramatic.
It's evocative though.
Aye.
I'm imagining the idea of watching that light sort of dance through the crystals.
Trying to imagine what a static lightning bolt would look like, just sitting there. Would it still flicker, do you think? I have
Yes.
no idea.
Maybe like a light bulb, but much whiter and brighter. I imagine if it was frozen, it would look like an upturned tree almost. Well, with the storm kicking up, if you have means to go and seek shelter somewhere, don't let me hold you up either. I am about ready to retire here.
No, that's quite alright. I'll probably go back down to APE tonight.
Did you get my telegram?
I did. That was one of the reasons I came up here.
Oh,
'Cause I
that's
figured
good.
you'd still be around.
Yes, I figured I'd give you some sort of alleviation from telegram hell.
I actually got it as soon as I finished my talk with Coiner.
Oh, you did have the talk then.
I just don't want to put any hope in that it might have gone as well as it seems to have gone. It's still has to take what we discussed back to the editors before making any sort of decision, and I know that Abigail is very biased against me, from all appearances.
Speak no more with them. If you speak something into existence, it can come to be. Hope and pray on the potential, but don't speak yourself into...
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to matter whether or not I do.
Well...
Lately, all the things I try not to think about being possible are the things that are happening.
Well, then think about outrageous things, like finding $1 million buried in a Rockwell untouched spot.
I don't really need $1 million though, Hyro.
Okay, how about an herb that you can feed to Cusco that will turn him into such a tame puppy dog of a horse that it'll embarrass Rip for the rest of time?
He's a good horse. There's nothing wrong with Cusco. He does splendidly for me. I know you don't believe me, Rip. I love Cusco. He's a good boy.
Your eyes are just like balls of granite in your fucking skull right now, Rip. I mean, I got to pet Cusco and he didn't try to murder me, so... Maybe he understands that he could be eaten.
He is a meat horse after all.
Mm-hmm. If I ever had a Breton, God forbid, I would name it Baguette.
The final destination, huh?
Actually, an adorable. Actually, I think you mentioned that before, and I was when Rip handed me Cusco's papers, I had been talking about getting a Breton, except for I wanted one of those done ones. And I think you mentioned that, and I thought Baguette was just the most adorable name.
We could do jambon. That's French for ham.
No. I think the late tan, he's a bread-colored horse, so give me name Baguette. It's adorable.
Omelette du fromage?
Or if you want doubly the fun, P-A-I-N. You could say pain, but in French it's pain, and pain is bread.
Aye. But it's not as, I don't know, cliche as Baguette.
And by the way, Rip, you said an omelet from cheese.
I guess he was supposed to say "oh," not "do" or something like that.
Omelette au fromage. That is an omelette with cheese.
He got
Do
you.
is from.
He got you, bigger.
So you could say like Saffron Michel du Scotland. I feel like I'm speaking to a face of granite.
You know, I just ran into a ranger who speaks Russian, and I'm trying to rack my brain on Russian.
The only thing I was told was "Как вы, товарищи?"
Are you ready to go, Rip? Let's let Rip get his rest and all that. We're waiting.
Слушай, русский язык на хорошо знаю.
Oh.
Basically saying, listen, my Russian is not very good.
Oh,
I
je
think he
parle
agreed
un
with you.
peu de français. I don't understand Russian. I just decided to agree and move on.
Stop!
We could do Spanish.
Ooh,
I
you
think
should learn to speak
You
French.
two are ridiculous. No.
Le
Never
French.
mention the French again.
Le French. Framboise,
No.
From France.
No, let's go.
I'm from France. Bonjour. Actually, you know what? Framboise. His voice reminds me of one of Boone's boys. I think it was the one in the skunk hat.
I don't know, Ken. Oh,
You know, the funny thing is, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yes, I'm sure you'll do.
That sounds like Monet or
Oh.
that person who's.
Oh.
No, stop doing that.
I'm not Monet.
First of all, it's Monet.
It is not a T. It is Monet.
I need everyone to stop this. My
Good
thoughts
night.
are screaming at me in pain. Yeah, you're my thought that's screaming at me in pain, Bagheera. Why are you a weird dog now?
A weird dog.
It's like a weird dog cat purring and growling at the same time.
Can't do that for long.
Excuse you? What was
I
that
can't do it for
supposed to
long.
be?
Me choking on my own tongue. I'm good. Anyway.
Hey.
What?
Nothing.
Can you do me a favor tomorrow?
What's that?
Reach out to a doctor.
I can try. Anything of Chewbacca.
No, waiting on them to reach out.
They're supposed to reach out. It might not even have been.
Considering the amount of fires they also have to assist us with, if I have to go get treated, I'll sort one out. I don't rely on folks having to remember telegramming me. Probably why I don't get telegrammed as much.
Aye. Lieutenant Shipman?
I have something for you. Huh?
Oh, I put 10 bottles of milk there and someone took 2 of them. It was just amusing to me. There's oat cakes here if you want some.
I will not say no to that.
And carrots. You want a top off?
Should be good on carrots for the time being. But I have something for you.
Oh. Hi. Oh. What's that?
Nothing special done to it. Plain slate. Ready for you to use.
What for?
Whatever you like.
Alright. Well, thank you. I know I've been playing with customizing a cattleman, but I've been sort of making money, hoping I could eventually get a pump if one becomes available. I think I've got 3,700 saved up. Hi, Johnny.
I mean, you're pretty much there.
If one actually comes available at the price that Bailey suggested, but no. I've got a weirdly good relationship with Taipan. Cool.
Yeah, I figured since they were willing to give your gun back.
I know, actually, Zhongwei spoke at length. He spoke a lot. Basically had a back alley meeting with Zhongwei. It was very, uncanny. And he waxed on about keeping good relations and how he wanted me to spend more time down at the gun shop and all sorts of stuff. So I pop by every once in a while, but sort of interesting. In fact, you know, Sean, everyone escort me down there, and I wondered that direction, but no one is about, because I figured, you know, if some crazy people are gonna try and harm me like this CD, I sort of expect Taipan might offer some assistance. At least in presence.
Yeah, I have to admit, I think there's maybe a lot of folks in Saint Denis that would help.
Maybe. I mean, don't really know where to find them. But who knows?
Alright.
I just don't know what to do if CD keeps stalking me.
Maybe one day he'll wind up in a river. I know you may be waiting for that's a joke. I think it's kind of self-explanatory.
Don't do anything crazy, Rip.
I'm not. Although I think anyone coming into the crossing should get their express medical treatment to never have kids. And also, their siblings get the same treatment to never have kids, so they can't be uncles and nephews and all that crap.
Oh, 1 second, I need to kick this off. Oh, Rip.
What, am I wrong?
I'm not gonna comment on this.
I'm glad I don't have siblings.
I wish I had. I feel so I feel funny right now. I've got 3 pistols on me.
I mean, I can hold on to them until...
Oh no, it's fine. I just because I was carrying this double action and a cattleman, and now I've got the navy too. Just that I won't use my rifle, but I'm just so sore. I'm not gonna carry it around right now. But I'll pull it off my horse if I need it, like I did in Blackwater the other night. You know that after you left to go hunting for them or whatever, that CD and Josie showed up in front of the Valentine Sheriff's Office and started making more threats.
I was told.
And they were insinuating that I had told a different story about what happened than what actually happened.
Yeah, I had them all show up to Strawberry when me and Rabbit were talking with a couple of new prospect cadets. And CD wanted to put in a complaint because he felt that the deputy that wrote up the report is going to be spiteful and biased and compromised.
They talked about you.
Yeah, I just laughed it off. Even Rabbit was like, that was a waste of time.
Putting that complaint well weighted.
There were 5 of them.
Of course. I'm not blaming you for anything. I'm just the irony of a criminal trying to tell people how to not break the law. Because for some reason in the criminal brain, if someone else shoots first, then they're the ones who's always at fault. No matter what, right? That's it. You've got the moral high ground, so long as you're not the one to shoot first, eh?
Yeah. I was talking to Shaw about it earlier. Just seems that there's no harmless outlaw anymore. Everybody's as violent as each other, and there's constantly... It's just getting real bad.
I mean, I don't think any outlaw's ever been harmless. Every
Flash.
single one who's professed that they are, you know, they don't hurt people. We do this, but we don't hurt people. They always fall into deeper troubles. Every single one of them I've seen.
Well, it just seems we're at a breaking point where all the criminals are escalating all at once. And... yeah.
Sorry.
One fire to another, to another, to another.
Aye.
The forest that can constantly burn. But I don't want to keep you up.
Right. I was gonna say, well, hopefully those fires will finally run out of fuel, you know? Like a forest needs to burn every once in a while to clear up the ground. The season, and it will pass.
Yeah.
So
We'll see.
hopefully it doesn't build into an inferno that kills the forest.
I brought it up with Rabbit.
The figurine?
The idea that I may be kind of changing up my usual work schedule.
Oh.
A few things I'm waiting on, but I may wake up a bit earlier in the day and try and get some more cadets and deputies trained up.
Alright. Do you think that means we won't really see each other so much?
No.
Okay. I'm just asking. I'm not, I don't know, Ken. Just curious.
You give me a time and a place and I'll make time for you.
It's no worry, Rip. I'm not really concerned about that.
I just, with how healthy our department has been during the, my usual work hours, I want to branch out and try and help develop everything else.
Aye, that would probably be good.
Take an initiative.
Aye, well, hopefully everything will work out.
Hopefully.
Bye. Good night.
You must stop. We'll see you tomorrow. Remember that favor.
What favor? What? Remember that favor? Oh yeah, okay, seeing the doctor tomorrow. Yeah, at least you guys remember. All right, let's look for someone to read. Oh, easy choice. Sergeant Tyne is streaming. All right, guys, sending you off to Tyne. You have a great time. Thanks for sticking around, and good night.